It's still morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good evening. It's still morning. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning, sir.
Doing well?
Yeah, doing good. Good morning, everyone. It is 11:30, so we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Note for the record that all members of council are present and accounted for. As always, we begin our meetings with a Pledge of Allegiance, so if you're willing and able, please stand and join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First item up on our agenda this morning is the consent agenda, and the consent agenda consists of the City Council meeting minutes for the meeting of June 23rd, 2025, the City Council meeting minutes for the meeting of June 23rd, 2025, 11:30 a.m. and 6:30 p.m., and the financial management report for the month ending May 31st, 2025, as well as the conflict waiver with the City of Milton. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards?
Oh, we do not, Mr. Mayor.
However, if anyone would like to come forward and speak on the consent agenda, now's your chance. Bless you. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Mitchell, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel. Any discussion, gentlemen? All those in favor of the motion to approve the consent agenda, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. So we'll move on to the new business portion of this morning's meeting, and the first new business item is the resolution for the participation in an amicus brief. Ms. Aswine, I believe you have a resolution to read.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A resolution by the Mayor and Council of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia, the city authorizing participation in an amicus brief in the Chang v. City of Milton appeal pending before the Georgia Supreme Court. So you all may recall that you previously authorized participation in an amicus brief in this case. As a reminder, this is where the City of Milton was sued for a planner that was on in the right-of-way in the City of Milton and received a substantial judgment against the city in the lower court. And the original amicus was for asking the Supreme Court to hear the case because it has serious implications on all local jurisdictions in Georgia as to the maintenance of the right-of-way. This brief is to be submitted more substantively to the Supreme Court because the Supreme Court has agreed to hear the case. Our office is working on preparing that amicus brief, and we've asked several other jurisdictions in the state to sign on as we did with the prior amicus.
Thank you, Ms. Aswine. Does anyone on council have any questions about this item? Councilman Mitchell?
Mine's more of a housekeeping question. As we sign on to this, and it goes all the way to the Supreme Court, I'm thinking about the cost involved. And I agree that we need to be a part of all this. But what kind of cost are we looking at?
There is no cost to the city for this. The City of Milton is paying for the amicus brief to be submitted.
So they're not asking for any.
There's no financial contribution from the city for participation in the amicus brief, other just signing off on the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Dorito?
Thank you, Mayor. Molly, just to follow up on Councilman Mitchell's question, he's asking about the course. I mean, I think for the public record, it would be nice to outline why we're doing this and what benefit it would have to the city of Alpharetta if Milton is successful in the court.
Of course. So in this case, I think Milton received a many millions of dollar judgment against it for what was a planner in the right-of-way that was actually put there by a private homeowner. It had been there for many, many years. There had been no notice to the city related to that planter, but when it was hit by the vehicle and ultimately resulted in a fatality, the case moved forward, and the city was found liable for that planter being in the right-of-way. And as you can imagine, the implications of what the city may or may not be on notice of as in the way of things that private homeowners may put in the right-of-way, taking efforts to remove or demand removal of those impediments in the right-of-way, could have a significant impact on all local jurisdictions that maintain right-of-way, which the city of Alpharetta is one. And so that's why it's so important to get clarification from the court and to get more protection for local governments through this court case.
Thank you, Ms. Eswine.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mop. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards on this item?
We do not have any, Mr. Mayor.
However, if anyone would like to come forward, now's your chance. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Mayor, move to approve the resolution as outlined by Ms. Eswine.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Dorito to approve, a second by Councilman Brady. Any discussion? I'll just say that I do believe that, you know, it's a tragic incident that caused this lawsuit to begin with. I don't think anybody denies that. But as someone responsible for the city of Alpharetta, in understanding that the impact would be really immense to any city in the state of Georgia, I guess, because how we would be expected to make sure that no private person had placed something in the right-of-way or done something that created a dangerous opportunity without us being able to monitor that, it's just, I think, egregious to try to hold us responsible for things that we absolutely have no way to control. So I hope it works out well. I hope it is resolved in a way that's fair to the family of the person who died, but I also think it has to be something that can rationally be applied to the cities themselves and the taxpayers who would be responsible for that. That being said, all those in favor of the motion to approve, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. Second item under new business is the First Amendment to Intergovernmental Agreement, and that was for the Mayfield Road demolition. Director Rogers. Good morning, sir.
And Morgan, if you wouldn't mind to turn the mic on in the right-hand button.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council. It's always a pleasure to be with you. We're here to, on this particular item, consideration of approval for the First Amendment of an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Milton and the City of Alpharetta regarding the demo project at the Mayfield Road property. As you remember, the Mayfield Road property was a property that the City of Milton and the City of Alpharetta jointly purchased. And on May 3rd of this year, we entered into an IGA with Milton for us to take the lead on the demo of all of the houses and the buildings on that property. And we did that. We did find out during the process that there was some additional asbestos that could not be seen from the outside because it was behind an inside wall that had been bricked over, as well as there was an additional cost on needing to pump out one of the septic tanks that was there. That cost was $9,000. So this amendment will allow that to be split between the two cities at $4,500 apiece. And then we'll be done with the demo project out at Mayfield. Could that answer any questions you may have?
Great, thank you, sir. Council, do we have any questions for Director Rogers on this item? Thank you very much. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards?
We do not have any, Mr. Mayor.
However, if you'd like to come forward and speak on this item, now's your chance. Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mayor. I make a motion that council approve the First Amendment to the intergovernmental agreement between City of Milton, City of Alpharetta regarding the demolition project on Mayfield Road, which will provide for an additional $9,000 to be divided equally between the two cities and for the mayor to execute all necessary documents.
I Have a motion by Councilman Heitz to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilman Mitchell is second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously. So we'll move on to the memorandum of agreement with the North Fulton Comprehensive Transportation Plan. Director Cook, I believe you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is the MOA for the North Fulton Comprehensive Transportation Plan. And this is something that was included earlier within the budget, and we thought the amount for participation would be $60,000. However, as part of the agreement, they look at population, so it is good that it's actually less, and you have that chart of it's $42,879.55. And of course, this is a program that would be run by the ARC. They would handle all the federal funding, and the federal funding total for the program, a little over $1 million, 1.2. And the match total would be $247,500. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have. And of course, this has already been adopted by the other participating cities.
Do we have any questions for Director Cook on this item? Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Dorito?
Ms. Cook, I'm sorry. You referenced that it was a reduced amount from the $60,000 that we approved in the mid-year budget. In the staff report, it refers to the $60,000. Should that be changed to the $45,000?
Well, the budget, that account number has $60,000. However, it would only be the reduced a little over $42,000. So it's my understanding that the difference, the $17,000, would be moved back to the capital budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Brady?
Yeah, just got, so Johns Creek takes on the administrative role
That's
of
correct.
the MOU, and they take on the financial role there too. Like if they don't collect the funds from the ARC, did they fund those in the gap if there's any delays in funding? I'm just understanding the administrative
Right.
process.
So it's my understanding that ARC handles all the billing and takes in the federal funds. And so they're the manager. Johns Creek will work with the different cities to be able to reimburse and pay ARC. So they're not paid for that service. It's just something that they
Just
volunteered to work with the 5 cities.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Shapiro?
We have no public comment cards, Mr. Mayor.
However, if you'd like to come forward and speak on this item, now's your chance. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion this afternoon, or still this morning, to approve the memorandum of agreement with the North Fulton Comprehensive Transportation Plan as presented by Ms. Cook this evening, or this morning, where are we? Morning.
Second?
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel and a second by Councilman Dorito. Any discussion about this item? All those in favor of the motion to approve, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. The next move, or the next motion, the next item on our agenda is for the request for proposals, 25-117, on-call electrical services for parks. Director Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the consideration for approval of the award of a contract to Muir Electric for on-call services for parks for the next 5 years. The background on this is the RFP. We did an RFP earlier in this year. We had 2 companies that submitted. Muir was by far in every category, was the best, including price. And we were asking for approval for this, for a 5-year contract with Muir to be our on-call. They were our on-call for the last 5 years, so we're real comfortable with this company. They know us and they know how we operate, and we work well together. Be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, gentlemen? Thank you, Director. Ms. Shapiro?
We have no public comment cards for this item, Mr. Mayor.
However, if you'd like to come forward and speak on this item, now's your opportunity. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mayor, make a motion that council approve the award of a contract for RFP 25-117 for electrical services for the next 5 years to Mirror Electric and authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents.
We have a motion by Councilman Hypes to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Brady. Any discussion on this item? All those in favor of approving that item, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously as well. The next item up on the agenda is the grant agreement for the Community Development Block Grant. And that's the ADA accessibility improvements to the Adult Activity Center parking lot. Director Rogers, you're a busy man today.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is consideration for the approval of an agreement between Fulton County and the City of Alpharetta for the Community Development Block Grant Program in order to accept grant funding for the ADA accessibility improvements to the Adult Activity Center parking lot and authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents. This is a federal funded grant that flows through Fulton County. Cities that are qualified can apply for that. For certain things, we applied for this grant to redo the parking lot at our Adult Activity Center, which houses our senior population, which is one of the populations that this grant can be used for. What we would do with this is we're going to redesign the entire parking lot, move the handicap parking closer to the building, make sure that it is ADA accessible, and then demo the rest of the parking lot and mill that up and put down new asphalt and make it a much better parking lot than it is right now. It's kind of crumbling throughout the parking lot and is not the kind of parking lot that we want to have. So this particular grant, the total project is $257,359,000. The grant gives us $110,000. The remaining $147,359 is coming out of the city's annual milling and resurfacing project account. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have about this particular grant.
Councilman Hypes?
Director Rogers, as I understand the matter before us right now, this is a motion just to accept the grant. We're not approving the actual project cost, are we?
No, we are not.
Okay, that's what I understood.
Mr. Lagerbloom, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
I guess I'll just add, everything Morgan said is correct as it relates to what this grant is for and what's going to happen with it. Why it's here now is because we were holding off on signing this agreement for some time because we feel that some of the changes that happened in Washington with the executive orders that were introduced, that the HUD agreement actually may be in conflict with some of those new executive orders. We're not going to be able to move the battleship anytime soon in Washington to get their agreement to match the current executive orders. City attorney and I have had a conversation. I finally got the phone call from the county manager that said, I either need you to tell me if you're going to approve this or we need to reallocate your allocation to the other cities in Fulton County. And after our discussion, we realized that the risks are significantly low to just go ahead and move this forward. So that's why it's here at this time, and that's what it will be used for.
Great. Thank you for the clarification. Any other questions about this item? Thank you, Director Rogers. Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards?
We do not have any, Mr. Mayor.
However, if you'd like to come forward and speak on this, now's your chance. Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council?
Yes, Mayor, I make a motion that council approve an agreement between Fulton County and the City of Alpharetta for the Community Development Block Grant Program in order to accept grant funding in the amount of $110,000 for ADA accessible improvements to the Adult Activity Center parking lot and authorize the mayor to execute all necessary documents.
Second.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Mitchell has a second, and that is to approve the item as outlined by Councilman Hypes. Do we have any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. So we will move on to the next item, which is the first renewal of a professional services agreement approval with O'Brien's. Ms. Shapiro?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this item before you today is for, as you mentioned, the renewal of a professional services agreement between the city and our grant management firm that we have hired as a consultant. In 2023, we decided to get back into the grant management business, and we entered a cooperative agreement in which we purchased software known as Grants Network, and also used some staff augmentation services through a firm called Witt O'Brien's. They've done work for us now for the past 2 years, and it's time to renew our professional agreement that we have with them. So in the past 2 years, some of the projects that they've worked on, they've helped us with implementing the Grants Network software. They've reviewed and shared grant opportunities, including the one that was just voted upon, and have also helped us in submitting grant applications as well as some congressional directed spending applications. One of which that we were successful on is the ARC TIP grant for North Point Parkway and $4 million. Even though we decided not to move forward, that was a big win in our book. In terms of that project. In terms of our congressionally directed spending applications, although we weren't successful on the House side with the House's bill, we might be able to make some headway on the Senate side since it's listed as a transportation project for the Brookside plan and redevelopment application that we submitted to their office. So they helped us on the funding and submitting a successful application, and helping us with gathering letters of support for that. So this agreement, it is the type of where the funding is for a not to exceed amount of $50,000. But in the past 2 fiscal years, we've spent right over $14,000 in 2024 and a little over $8,500 in fiscal year 2025. So although that we could spend up to $50,000, that's what is allotted in the budget. We've been really resourceful with only using them for opportunities that we think would really benefit the city. And it is just really interesting the way that our demographics are situated in Alpharetta, that a lot of times we don't often meet the criteria for some of these grant opportunities. But this is before you for your consideration, and happy to answer any questions you have.
Councilman Mitchell?
So on a cost-benefit analysis, where would you say we are?
I would say it's a very, feel like we're getting a lot for our money. We're charged an hourly rate for the services that they perform. I think we've only used them in situations where a grant application has been in an amount that would really move the needle for us in terms of our budget and projects. But we're also have a lot of savings as if we were to hire an in-house grant person as a staff member instead. They also have worked really, really well with a lot of our partners. They've worked with our lobbying firm that we have in DC in terms of staying in communication of where our congressional directed spending applications have been, and also have worked well with the ARC and then another provider when we were looking at an energy conservation voucher program in our Public Works Department too. So they've been a great partner for the amount of money that we've spent.
Okay, and then one other, are they, do you feel like they're fully abreast with the current culture of the House and Senate and where policies lie currently?
Yeah, and they've also written us a few memos, especially Chris mentioned some of the executive orders that have come out recently with the change in administration. They've written us a couple memos as soon as they heard information from the Hill as far as how that could affect our grant opportunities, and even helped us evaluate which grants might have been at risk with that executive order that came out. So they've been wonderful and responsive in evaluating our current needs and future needs as well.
Okay, thank you. When you look at what it would cost to have an in-house person, and we've done that before.
Yep.
With the salary plus benefits, it doesn't always pan out. And certainly it calls to question the basic knowledge of what's going on in DC. You've got to weigh all that out together, I think.
And to your point, I think the greatest thing that I've seen with their firm is we have a project manager who is assigned to us as a city, and she's able, on some of our larger applications, to pull in experts that work all across the country with their firm to help us on applications or researching certain topics. Whereas if we just had one person working for the city, they wouldn't be able to maybe accomplish as much or have as big of a network and breadth of knowledge. So she really helps with compliance and reporting, but also can pull in very skilled grant writers that have been very successful for other cities or organizations to help us find the best way to write a really competitive application.
Thank you, Ms. Shapiro.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Shapiro? Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have no public comment cards for this item.
So if anyone would like to come forward, you still have an opportunity. Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council on this item?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, offer a motion to approve the first renewal of a professional service agreement approval between us and Whit O'Brien's as presented today.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel and a second by Councilman Mitchell. Councilman Hypes, I believe you had some discussion.
Yeah, I wanted to take the opportunity to congratulate and applaud Lauren Shapiro and our city staff. A lot of times we spend money and it's a pure expense that has to be incurred, but this goes beyond an expense to an investment. So if we can spend $50,000 and get a $4 million ARC TIP grant because of the expertise of these folks, in addition to all the other items that have been shared internally on some of these applications, it just demonstrates what government can do well, and it was initiated through staff and Mr. Lagerbloom to be great stewards of the city's resources. So I thank you very much for getting that done.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Councilman DeVito.
I just want to follow on with Councilman Hype's comments. This is a pretty big deal for the city. I know when we first ventured down this path to consider whether we bring in a full-time person or we outsource to a firm that does this full-time. Obviously, what you just outlined earlier, Ms. Shapiro, demonstrates that we made the right decision with your support and advice and recommendation. Refer to the $4 million grant that we received. I mean, that's less than 1% of what we've invested in 2 years, 2 fiscal years in proactively going after grant opportunities for the city through Whit O'Brien. And we couldn't even have a full-time person at the course that you managed well as through the last 2 fiscal years. So this is a really big win for the city taxpayer, because as we continue to use Whit O'Brien, I'm sure with their expertise of changes at the federal government level, with the new administration, and a lot of the executive orders coming out, and who knows what's going to come in the future. We really need some professional guidance as to get us through the minefields and make sure that we're looking for every opportunity and uncover every rock that we can to the betterment of our taxpayers here in Alpharetta. So I applaud you, Ms. Shapiro, for the great work you've done here, and Chris Lagerbloom and the rest of the city staff that has been involved here. This is an example of a tremendous professional staff that we have here in the city supporting our taxpayers. So thank you so much.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion to approve as outlined in the motion, please vote yes. Otherwise, vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously. So the next item up is the resolution for the Certified City of Ethics. Ms. Eswine, would you please read aloud the resolution?
A resolution by the Mayor and Council of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia, to adopt the 5 ethics principles set forth in the Georgia Municipal Association Certified City of Ethics Program.
Thank you very much. Does anyone on council have a question for Ms. Shapiro regarding this item? Seeing none, Ms. Shapiro, do we have any public comment cards?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
However, now is your opportunity to speak if you'd like to speak on this item. And I see no one coming forward, so we'll close public comment. Do I have a motion from council on this item?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor, I offer a motion tonight to approve the resolution certified City of Ethics consideration of adoption of a resolution to adopt the 5 ethics principles set forth in the Georgia Municipal Association Certified City of Ethics Program.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Merkel and a second by Councilman Hypes to approve the item. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the motion, please vote yes. And that item passes unanimously, which will bring us to the end of our new business portion of today's agenda. Next, I believe we have an executive session scheduled. Do we have a motion to adjourn, or
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn to session.
do we adjourn, or
We just need to move to go, recess into executive session. I'll just put upon the record that the topics are litigation, cybersecurity, and personnel. The reason for scheduling it at this hour is so that you all can have an opportunity to have some lunch while you work, and then we'll be back out here to handle the work session items.
excellent. So do we have a motion?
Modify that motion. Motion to move to work session.
We have a motion by Councilman Brady, second by Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion?
Just clarify for me, Councilmember Brady, that you want to go to executive session? Okay.
Executive, excuse me.
Okay. Is that
Let-
friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay. All those clear on the motion? All of those in favor of the item, please vote yes, otherwise vote accordingly. And it does pass unanimously. So we will be moving to executive session. See you all in a little while.
DoubleTree Hotel.
Yeah, so the 28th. At Hudson Grill. So it's not as close. It's here, so that's where I got good. She didn't want to stay and complain with me, but don't like what it is.
Well, you know, he's fighting for us, but he did say he thinks it's my code. Rob Pitts, the chairman, right, go to them, and we should take them. So, cross our fingers, they're not gonna. Yeah, I used to live in Buckhead. Oh, well, actually, he had the Atlanta taxes, I know, it was really interesting. I mean, the entire rate was much higher.
I'm gonna run where?
Go run there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Where do you, so you still live over?
Well, I retired from elementary school, so I work part-time in Home Depot. I work at the customer service. But I only work there on the week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The rest of the time I'm watching senior Zooms and classes over my computer. This is not the first, this is not the first city meeting I've seen her at. And I take water rolls. Well, one of my jobs in the schools in Atlanta, I was in the superintendent's office for the last 30 years of my career there. And I went to the state legislature. And
isn't that just as good?
I did the same thing. What I did is, well, I'm not doing writing anything here, really, for anybody. But I did a newsletter based on all my observations of the state legislature. And I went over there and started, got there through all the meetings, made all the notes, and discovered what they were doing regarding education.
Yeah.
And then I went back to produce the newsletter, and I sent the newsletter out to everybody who wanted to understand that, including principals.
Yeah, we ended up hiring, Fulton ended up hiring a lobbyist. You know,
Yeah.
Don Bolshoi.
I know the name, I don't know.
Yeah, so we ended up hiring him, and it wasn't a lot, but I mean.
Well, we had a lobbyist for a while, and he retired, and
I remember your lobbyist.
Tom,
Yeah.
Tom was his first.
Yeah.
And his wife worked there for the school system. Anyway, Tom, yeah, I haven't seen your moment here on his last name.
Not plenty.
Anyway, he was the legislator, went over there and observed the legislature, he was the lobbyist for us, so. His job was not to go there and to observe and make notes and analyze and then send out a newsletter to everybody. In fact, he didn't do that.
You did that.
He just worked out as a lobbyist, supposed to be meeting with people and helping them with our concerns.
So you coming back for the workshop next?
I want to run a couple errands.
All right, well,
See if I can look for
I'm hoping I'll still be here. I started with coffee very early with the,
No, I'm caffeinated.
yeah, I buy a lot of coffee. Mohs surgeons. You know my daughter's that. She's the. I wish I would call her. Oh, she's already. I would have. And she. And then your couch is like, oh no. Right. Oh, man. Oh. Well, that is horrifying. Oh, me either. Right, yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, so my daughter, my husband is in, he's in there for like 6 hours. It was like last week, and it was like 6 hours, it was like, they. Oh, I know. The next day, he's in, make sure things are. Whoa. Across the street? Creek, oh, Bagley's. Well, the old Bagley's. I call these the new Bagley's. I met him, he came over there, I think right after he bought that property, and I happened to be wandering around there, snooping around, and I introduced myself, and he introduced himself. But then I haven't seen him since, because they were renting it out. Yeah, they're gonna turn around some base heritage, I know that. But I don't know. They gotta make it out. Somebody I know who's from Belgium, and her house was already built, but it's nice. Yeah, there you go, there you go. My husband, that's right, my husband, I can count on like 2 hands, how many times my husband's been on the second floor of our house, because we're masters, in the last year. I wouldn't have to do every house at all, I'm not, any house that I have has to be arranged. I have a basement, my basement, but I could walk around, I'd have to change the locks to one that I want from the outside, because this, but I like having the daylight.
now they oversee all these other things. All these were triggered from like, environment control. They're just not equal.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, yeah. So that's a question I've done a lot too. Yeah. Plan whatever. We are always. I know, it was Stanford, I was wondering. Is it more facilities schools? Was that 400? 400 has just been done and it was awesome. It's really out of line. It really was a lot of fun back then. And there was, I mean, we didn't have street Yeah. So, oh, it was so country. It was so country. Everybody was. So when I went on my road, 1990, I went on my road. And I had a chat. There wasn't one. There was no Coast Creek. No Cambridge. There's no Alpharetta. So we had Milton and Russell and Chattanooga. And that's in the Chattanooga area. Oh my God. I really like my school. As long as my kid doesn't have to go to the next over. Yeah. And I'm yeah. And then I go to Milton Gas. And now I'm I love. Yeah, I had seen it. It's fresh and I'm fine. Yeah. They just had such caricatures. And he was, and Friday night in high school, you were there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was different. Oh, yeah. Even my high school used to send to the South Park Spanish moms from prom. Oh, we decorated this. We got the Spanish moms from the South and had it sent up there so we could decorate this. Oh, wow. So, yeah. It's happening up there. It's changing. It's, so I think I feel like I can watch so much. Yeah. So before I joined the board, they were having this big, neighborhood meeting, outpatient schools. They realized they would get SWAS and they were and I go to the meeting. That's the size of high school. That ship sailed before I got there. Yeah, but Cambridge only has 400. Yeah. Cambridge is the same size school. It's built the same way. Take care of it. Square foot. It has about 1,500. They're about the same square footage. Just less. Cambridge is laid out much more efficient. Cambridge is Not too bad.
you majored in and set, yeah. That's not all work sessions, I mean, we're all 50 hours, or more than that. Oh, yeah. Okay, they're not doing any of these then as a work session items?
Recording, but again, I don't know. I personally
Me too. I just wanted to make sure we did it the right way. It's just two different cultures. Do we have a motion to reconvene?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Dorito. Any discussion? All those in favor of reconvening, please vote yes. And it does pass unanimously. So we'll move on to the work portion, or the work session items of this agenda. The first work session is the flock safety drone as a first responder program. Director Robinson, I believe you have the floor on this item.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I do appreciate you allowing me the time to discuss this potential operational item. So, two things that I typically try to prioritize for our agency, especially on the policing side, as we're talking about today, is of course providing top-notch service to our citizens, making sure that not only are we safe just from a day-to-day call volume, crime statistics, but also that our folks feel safe. And so that's a huge priority for us, obviously. And also another priority, obviously, is making sure that our officers are as safe. As much as I can help contribute to their safety in a dangerous job, that's very important to me, and I know it is to you as well. So this Drone First Responder Program, DFR, as we'll refer to it, very much, I believe, helps increase both of those areas that are so important. It's a great tool for our officers to be using. It's a great tool for our Real-Time Crime Center, which is actively in operation now, as you know. It's absolutely a force multiplier. As I believe good technology, that's what good technology provides us, especially in law enforcement, as technology has become so important. This is a tremendous force multiplier to help us be more effective. The current officers and Real-Time Crime Center be more effective in their job. So let me just go ahead and be up front as far as the game plan here, and what I'm hoping to do is this is a one-year lease program, if you will, and my goal would be to use 100% seizure money to fund this first year, and understanding there's no guaranteed funding beyond that. And then I would come to you in a year with a very much data-backed presentation, hopefully showing its effectiveness and a strategy for long-term funding. So that's kind of the game plan, just letting you know. So there's no budget impact on with the current plan we have regarding trying to initiate this program for the next year. Just what I want to do is just kind of give you some stats about the drone itself and how it works, and then I'll give you some scenarios, real-life scenarios about how it would be used, how it has been used in other cities, and how it could be used for us as well. So drones in law enforcement, public safety aren't, this isn't new. We've been using drones for years. Some of the challenges with drones, number one is battery life. You don't get maybe 15, 20 minutes out of a drone. Distance, you can only go so far with those, and then if you start adding things that we feel like we need, like cameras, flare cameras, infrared, things like that, then of course it gets very, very costly. So this particular DFR drone program, which is Flock, you see the name Flock, those are the same company that handles our cameras that are out there, our license plate readers, so it is indeed the same company. One drone we would have launching from headquarters, and it's actually very convenient because headquarters is very much in the middle of the city, which is going to help us as far as coverage goes. And this drone will either be dispatched to calls directly. Imagine if we get a call at 123 Main Street, literally a button can be pushed and that drone will automatically start responding to that call. Or it can also be used in a patrol type function where we can put the drone up, go to whatever area of the city we want to go to just to get a view, see what's going on, some problem areas that maybe we've been having, we can go and check from time to time. So it can be responsive. If you can imagine like a patrol vehicle and patrol officer, but also can be just a patrol function of just checking areas and keeping an eye on things. So that's how we would operate it from our headquarters. This particular drone flies up to 45 minutes at a time. When the battery is low, it would automatically return itself to headquarters. It docks itself, and this is a key part of this that nobody else has technology-wise yet. There's a robot arm that will actually replace the battery, and then it automatically goes back out. Currently, other DFR programs, you have to have a person. You have to hire staff to actually operate the drone. Give you an example, I went to Beverly Hills a couple of years ago to look at their Real-Time Crime Center, and they had a DFR program, and I think Mr. Lagerbloom actually saw it as well. Phenomenal program. Cost them $500,000 a year, though, because they had to have people involved in actually operating the drone, changing the batteries out. Literally, they would have individuals on a roof somewhere where the drone would come back in. So there was an exorbitant cost when it came to personnel. This is not that. This does not require any additional personnel whatsoever. Our officers our staff in the Real-Time Crime Center, our officers on the road, as I'll talk about in just a minute, all have the ability to operate that, and including the changing of the batteries, which is a huge advantage to have with that. So when the battery's low, that would happen. One drone would pretty much cover the entire city. Drone can go 3.5 miles, and so again, if you look at headquarters on a map and draw a circle around that, that pretty much covers almost the entire city, which is a huge advantage for us as well in looking at that. It has radar, which is important because at the flight level that is going to be flying, which I'll talk about in just a minute, that eliminates concerns regarding other aircraft, other drones, other things that are in the air. Obviously, there's very strict FAA guidelines that we have to follow, and so that helps us with that. It has night vision. It has thermal. That means you can see day or night, see in the woods, see if there's somebody inside a structure of some kind. And also, it is important, it does fly at 400 feet. Most drones, DFR drones and other drone programs, typically are at 200 feet. One of the problems with that is people can see them and hear them. And then talking to some of the other cities that have used drone programs at 200 feet, they actually get complaints about the noise. It's not that loud, but they hear the buzzing, they look up, they see the drones. This particular drone would be 400 feet. They'll never see it, they'll never know it's there. That's a great tool for us from a stealth perspective, but also it doesn't bother the public at all. They literally never even know it's there at 400 feet, which is, again, another advantage. Some quick stats. A drone can be on a scene responding in as quickly as 86 seconds. The most it would take a drone to get to a scene, if you go all the way out to the city limits, would be about 2.5 to 3 minutes. Now, again, this data is based on cities, including Dunwoody, who just started this. They're the only city in Georgia that has this program, but other cities in California and other parts of the country. This is where this data I'm giving you is coming from. 71% reduction in response time when it comes to calls for service. A 71% reduction. 78% of calls for service, the drone is the first on scene. So again, imagine a call goes out, that drone 78% of the time is going to beat a patrol officer. And by the way, our patrol, when you look at our officers and our stats regarding response times, we're always very much toward the top as far as ratings go when you look at response times for police response throughout the country. We rank typically very high. So we already do a good job of that. The drone's going to make that even better. 73% of these flights result in locating the subject. This is very important to understand. Bad guys committing a crime. So that means 73% of the time when we have a crime in progress, we're going to catch the bad guy. When we were talking to Beverly Hills, again, talking to the chief out there, he said over 90% of their in-progress calls, they caught the suspect. That's unheard of because, as you can imagine, oftentimes a call for service comes in, we get a call, we're responding to a scene of a call in progress. By the time we get there, oftentimes the subject's gone. A lot of times we get conflicting information from different callers coming in. It can be chaotic. And so that number alone to me is huge in that. It gives us a great opportunity that when we do have a crime in progress, which thankfully we don't have a lot of those in Alpharetta, but property crime, whatever crime that may be, serious, not serious, whatever, we have a 73% likelihood, if not more, that we're going to catch the subject that's involved in committing the crime. Cities that have used it, 15% of the calls that they receive were cleared without the need to ever even send a patrol car out. We do get calls from time to time, secondhand calls, people that think they saw something, think they heard something, think there's an issue over here. And so what we'll do typically is we respond. We respond to every call we get, whether it's a nothing call or not. With a drone, you can put it up, quickly go over a scene, see there's nothing there, and it keeps our officers in service more. So we actually have more service time available when we can utilize the drones to potentially eliminate some calls for service that aren't legitimate calls for service, if you will. Again, this is a flock product, so it's going to integrate with our LPR cameras. Imagine a drone in the air looking at a red sedan. That's the subject car. It focuses in on the tag. That tag automatically runs through the LPR system and through our real-time crime center. And so all that's integrated together. And again, I mentioned to you before, it's automatically responds to dispatch calls when easily applied. So just a couple quick things, some real-life experiences. Elk Grove is a city in California. That's the one city I could find that is somewhat comparable to us size-wise. They are about 20 officers more than we have, a little bit of a larger city. They've been using this program for about a year. They've responded just with their drone alone to over 1,100 calls. They've located 147 subjects in crimes in progress, and they were first on scene 71% of the time, which matches up to the overall statistics. A couple of actual recent calls and how it was used or could have been used for us. I'll start with Dunwoody. Dunwoody just started this same program in the spring. Again, they're the only one in Georgia right now that's utilizing this. They're Brookhaven and a few other cities that have a DFR program, but again, they have the personnel costs that I told you about that we would not have with this. Dunwoody recently had a case where an armed suspect had been committing crimes during the day in surrounding jurisdictions. They have an alert for that subject. That subject comes into Dunwoody. So now we know, I say we, Dunwoody knows he's in the area. They put the drone up, they get over, they locate the subject who's at the mall, literally standing outside in front of the mall. They were able to get 2 undercover officers to just quietly walk up and take him into custody without him ever even knowing what happened. Because we had the drone, the eyes in the sky, seeing what had happened there, and he had no idea, of course, what was going on. So that stealth aspect and that ability to quickly get eyes in an area just is a tremendous benefit from several aspects, including the safety of our officers as well. A couple recent calls we've had, we had a runaway girl. This was maybe March, I want to say, March or April, ran away from a restaurant at Avalon. She'd gone to the bathroom, out the door. A couple witnesses saw her heading toward the woods off West Side. Thankfully, hours later, she was located. We did go to the woods area first once we got there, and there was, I think, a piece of clothing that showed she had been there, but it was several hours, but we were able to get her. And a call like that, imagine, boom, immediately, that drone is up and over the woods. And we can immediately see that area where she was left from to where she's going, and you can imagine, again, how that could expedite potentially saving hours, honestly, in a call like that to help find that little girl. We had a interesting robbery in a bank parking lot in the spring. It wasn't in the bank parking lot. Person comes out, thousands of dollars in cash, goes to the vehicle. Somebody comes up to the vehicle and robs him at the vehicle. Chaos. It was shift change. We were getting several calls. And, one call, the subject went in this direction. Another call, the subject went in this direction. And, the typical chaotic call like that. And, of course, our response was phenomenal. We had officers everywhere with no really clue of where to go because they didn't know where the subject was. Thankfully, several hours later, he was again apprehended. But in a situation like that, that drone is up in the air immediately over that area, and we have a much higher likelihood of being able to apprehend a suspect in a situation like that. A call that many of you are very familiar with, the pedestrian in the roadway on the Mansell Road 400 area, right? You all hear about those a lot, as we do, okay? Problem with those calls is, let's say I get a call from one of you and say, hey, I got a call from a citizen, I'll send an officer out there immediately. You're still talking 5, 10, whatever minutes to get out there. Oftentimes when the officer gets out there, especially when somebody knows what they're doing, they'll make sure they're not in the roadway when we show up, right? They see the patrol car coming and they're not in the roadway. With this, we get a call about a complaint in that area. We put the drone up, it goes over, it sees the subject or subjects in the roadway violating our ordinance. We zoom in, we take a picture, and now we have the evidence. Officers show up, and they are cited or arrested or whatever is necessary. So even lower level crimes like that, nuisance crimes that we all deal with and that are important to us as a city and our quality of life mission, it can handle those as well. So it can handle a variety of different types of calls, as you can imagine. So that's just a couple of examples. The cost right now is $150,000 annually. And again, my goal was to use seizure money the first year. Let us cover the cost. Let's determine how useful it is. And then I would come to you again next year with a data-driven presentation about moving forward, hopefully, and trying to find a way to possibly fund this. I will say, too, in kind of closing, then I'm going to take your questions, a big part of this for me, too, is the safety aspect of our officers. As you know, and you see on the news, and again, thankfully, we're in a very safe area overall, but the job is still dangerous. And you see the horrible stories of ambushes and officers rolling up on scenes where they are surprised because they can't see what's there. So I love the fact that if we have a call, potentially a dangerous call especially, we can have the drone there first, eyes on the scene, so our officers can be dispatched and can be directed in a way that will hopefully increase their opportunity to be safe and responding in a safe manner. And so again, we're here to serve the citizens. That's our primary role. But anything we can do tool-wise to do that and also increase the opportunity of keeping our men and women safe, I think we all agree would be a big plus as well. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell. I mean, I could have shown you a presentation, and if you're interested in that, I'll be happy to send it to you at some point. There's a lot you can talk about, but that kind of gives you a high-level approach. We've been looking at this for months, honestly, almost a year. And I know the mayor has seen a demo, as has Mr. Lagerbloom, and we, you know, I don't take this lightly. It is expensive, but I do believe this is something that's going to help us. And let me be clear again, we don't need more people for this. This is for our current people, our current officers, our current folks in Real-Time Crime Center. 2 o'clock in the morning, Real-Time Crime Center right now is not 24 hours. We have a call in progress. We need to send the drone up. We would have 2 or 3 people on each shift that are trained to fly that drone, pull over, get the iPad out, boom, it's up in the air just like that. So there would be 24-hour access to this drone on all shifts. Can also use it on fire. You know, one of the things with fire, we can get it up, we can have our officers operated to where they go to a fire scene, can see if there's people inside, can see how bad the fire is in certain areas, which again can help you know, direct our firefighters in doing their job as well. So there's certainly, you know, it's police-oriented, obviously, but there's a public safety approach in general for this tool as well. So with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, John. Excuse me. Historically, just in the last couple of years, what were you spending seizure money on?
We don't spend a lot, honestly. Usually, you know, because honestly, you're good. We all do a good job here of budgeting for items that we need. So sometimes unexpected items that come up, but really, I'm trying to think of any major. We haven't made any major purchases in a while. It may be a couple grand here. We've swapped out weapons, red light. I think our red dot system, I believe, on our weapons to basically increase how well our officers shoot with our guns, I believe was the last major purchase we made, and I don't remember how much that was, but honestly, Councilman Merkel, we don't use it a lot. Okay. It's not something I just throw out because it's nice to have, but I want to be careful on how we spend it.
And what about from a liability standpoint, if the drone has a malfunction and does come down? Is that on the city's insurance plan?
I mean, I think it would be like anything else as far as equipment that we're using, right, Molly? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I mean, we would, you know, it would be like any other tool that we use regarding liability, and I guess, you know, right?
Okay. For that $150,000, are you basically renting this drone?
It's a lease program, so they give us all the equipment, they come out, they install everything, because it's not just the drone, it's also, again, you have a huge docking station with the robotic technology there. It's the training, it's to get all our people FAA certified, it's to get all our pilots, you know, so we have licensed pilots, it's the actual training people how to use it, so it's everything, it pays for everything. They literally take care of dealing with the FAA to get, because there's obviously, you can imagine some hoops to jump through with them, and so they handle all that for us. So it's an all-encompassing cost. It's not just the hardware, it's the software, the training, the licensing, all the things that go along with that.
Okay, thanks.
Councilman Hypes?
Thank you, Director Robinson. Do we have drones currently, any kind of drones?
Yes. How many do we have? One, two? Two right now. We have 2.
So what, you know, this is a work session.
Sure.
So what's different about the drones that we have versus the drone that you're presenting?
Well, they're not intended to be first responder drones. In other words, they don't respond to calls. So typically those are, if we have a fire scene, we'll come there and then we'll put it up. And again, you get 15, 20 minutes at the most, get some pictures. It doesn't have the FLIR camera or the infrared, I don't believe, the battery life. If we have a scene where we've taken command in a major incident, we can put it up for a limited period of time, again, 15 minutes-ish, if you will. But there's no first response, like, here's a call, send it out to that, because the range is much shorter, and so it's no different than, honestly, what you can go buy yourself right now as far as a drone goes, and get up and get some pictures, get some good video, that kind of thing. But it's not, it doesn't have the first responder aspect of it. That would be the huge difference.
All right. Now, kind of channeling somebody who used to sit up here, why not buy one of these things? I'm sure that they're very detailed, but first responder drones sell for $46,000 with all the first responder stuff, and then you own it. and then, you know, you've got it for a few years before you got to tinker with it or buy another one. Why $150,000 per year?
All the things I mentioned that it offered, and the big thing is if we buy our own, then we're going to have to hire. And I'm using Beverly Hills as my one example because they run it 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And again, their cost annually with, I believe it was their own drone. I can't remember if it was their own drone or not, but the cost to run that program, I do remember, was $500,000 a year because of the additional personnel costs they had to encumber with that. Because again, it's not this specific program where everything is taken care of regarding the docking station, the changing the battery, training our people to use it itself. So listen, to be honest with you, Councilman Hypes, you know, 2 or 3 years down the road, if we get really good at this and we figure out there's a better way to do it, we're certainly going to be open to that. But for introducing this type of technology, I feel like this is the best way for us to go to start. But certainly a couple years down the road, if we go, we can do this ourselves, I'm going to be open to that, obviously. But right now, we would have to add additional personnel to make it happen right now.
So, first of all, by way of, you know, work session, I'm certainly amenable to the fact that seizure money, which is really, you know, in my opinion, should be somewhat director-driven and for assets, not personnel. So you know, the opportunity to run that program for a year does certainly intrigue me. But, you know, the kind of information after this year, I'd really like us to tailor and hone in on how this drone benefits us versus the alternative.
Sure.
At $150,000 a year, that's $1.5 million over 10 years. I mean, it's just a carrying cost. I mean, the city carries $5.5 million into each budget just for lease license renewals.
Sure.
This adds $150,000 to it. So next year's budget, we're starting out with $5.5 million of license fees before we start doing stuff.
Sure.
We keep adding to that. Mm-hmm. Versus if it's $150,000 a year, and there is a question coming here. Mm-hmm. You know, over 2 years, that's $300,000. And I understand an officer starts at between $60,000 and $70,000, and by the time you know, provide everything that we provide for our city employees, it's roughly $100,000 per. Right. So that's 3 officers over 2 years versus 1 drone. And what I'm going to be interested in at the end of a year of drone use, if it gets approved, is to weigh the drone against my preference as a policymaker, whether or not I would rather have 3 police officers and the things that officers can do that a drone cannot do. So I don't know how we can address that, but, you know, I will be interested to see if we can.
That's a valid point, Councilman. I certainly, and I agree. I think that's one of the things we have to analyze. I will say off the top, not having actually done this program yet, only based on my research, there are things a drone can do that an officer can't regarding the response, regarding the 400-foot view, regarding several aspects that even 3 officers aren't going to give you, right? So, but yes, I think at the end of the day, we have to weigh that out, no doubt.
Right, and so I'll be interested in that because as 100% true that is, that a drone can do things officer can't do.
Sure.
3 officers can do things
sure.
that a drone can't do, and sometimes we ask the question, can we do this, that, or the other? And the answer is, well, if we had more officers, yes, we could do that. And
absolutely.
So, you know, when we're talking about the drone responding to calls for service, I'm going to be interested in what kinds of calls for service. Are these traffic accidents? Are these, you know, felony crimes call for service? You know, it's easy to pull up the city crime data over the years, and we have very good statistics. And because we are such a safe city, you know, will the drone be employed as often as we might employ 3 officers? And that data is going to be real important. I'm on board with seizure money doing this program for a year, but I'm going to be real interested in what we find out after that year.
That's absolutely fair, and I agree with you. We have to look at every aspect of what it can or cannot bring versus, you know, personnel, no doubt about that. And one thing I did forget to mention, and thank you for bringing that up, there will be, one of the parts of this program that I like too is how transparent it is, and we will have an ongoing, basically, site on our website that shows every call, It's automatically booked, everybody, so literally you'd be able to log in right now and go, what did the drone do last week, and see what it did, so.
Well, I actually wrote down, and I didn't, use the term, but is there like an audit
It's
trail?
a dashboard.
Yeah, an
Basically,
audit trail of its use.
100%. It automatically, I mean, the time, the distance, everything about each time that drone goes in the air, that is documented, it is logged in. And so there's a report that will always be available for you, but also for our citizens to see, what is this drone doing? How's it being used? Absolutely, yes.
Well, I appreciate you bringing forward. I'm very open-minded to what it can be, but I want to have all the information to make those decisions.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilman Brady?
So from a work session kind of perspective, a lot of the discussion from Pro Tem Merkel and Councilman Hypes was hitting right on all the spots, because I was going to talk about one is an early adoption, right? Any technology, the early adopters that take on that technology either are trailblazers or they're the ones that experience all the problems. So kind of what I'm hearing from you is Dunwoody was the only one currently in the state of Georgia that's adopted this type of drone to the first.
As of right now.
So we haven't really worked out the kinks. We don't really have a lot of the information, the data in front of us. So some of the things in, like I said, collecting all this data and what this would look like, first thing that hit me was what Pro Tem Merkel was talking about. Everything's great when it works, but what happens when it doesn't work, right? If it falls out of the sky, what if it hits somebody? What if it hits a house? What if it hits a car, creates damage? What's our liability? What's our legal responsibility there if it creates those kind of damages, right? And then what kind of notifications that would be there, in any of those kind of capacities. The ongoing costs, like the 150, is also, does it take in that halo effect of what's the additional cost that we would for risk management, those kind of pieces that maybe we're not identifying, or maybe we don't know what additional costs would go into this that you might need to have maintenance, other things we're not thinking about today because we don't really know that. I'm worried a little bit about an understanding even the capabilities of the distance. You talk about the radius, so you got 3 to 3.5 miles in a radius. What if that's activated and that goes out to the very edge of that radius, to 3 miles, and then it needs to track somebody and it goes out? Does it fall out of the sky? Does it not get a
No, it doesn't fall out of the sky. No, there are
no longer. I'm trying to get to is where's truly the useful range in something like this? 'Cause I'm going through a thought process in kind of each one of those, and then you're also talking about an officer that would jump out of his get out of his car, and activate it and control that. So would that officer be on the scene, and now he's not on the scene because now he's controlling?
Most likely be an officer that was either at headquarters. No, it wouldn't be an officer on the scene. No, this would be an officer that is not, because obviously, especially if it's a serious call, we're going to have officers responding to that same scene. So it wouldn't be any of those folks. It would be somebody that's not involved in that response that can step back and go, okay, I'm going to be the drone operator. Give them eyes on that scene before they even get there, so no, there would.
So is that an administrative person, or is that someone in the field?
No, we would probably. My plan is, because it's not a problem to get people licensed. We'd probably have 2 or 3 people on each shift. I mean, officer, sergeant, whatever that may be, that have that ability to do that and can launch it up in the air when the real-time crime center is not operational. They would have the ability to do that. So the more the better, obviously, to be able to.
When you were talking to the city of Dunwoody, was there any reaction from the public about
no,
privacy or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of. I talked to the chief, and we've gotten a couple of our line level folks talking to their folks over there, and it's early. It was spring. I don't remember the exact date, but it was spring. But I mean, so far they've had a lot of successes with it, and feel like it is meeting the mission as they hoped, and as we hope we would see here.
So there's a lot of questions, right?
Oh, sure.
Ultimately,
I get it. Absolutely.
We would become an early adopter from a
in Georgia.
finance
Yes.
perspective.
Now there are several other cities across the country, and again, we've researched some of those for sure. But no, yes, we would be. We would be one of the early adopters here in Georgia. Obviously, Dunwoody being the first regarding this specific DFR. DFR is not new in theory regarding that type of response program. This is new regarding not having to have other human beings involved in making it happen beyond the person that's actually flying it.
So, kind of the last question, because I know we want to be
many as you want.
Productive.
Well, I'm here.
The last part is, why do you believe now is the best time without having kind of some of these answers kind of defined of walking in as the early adopter, why you're sincere and believe and genuine, like you want to do this?
Well, again, early adopter with this specific technology regarding not needing other human beings. The DFR program has been around for a few years now, and so it is becoming more established, having seen it live as it worked in Beverly Hills, a much smaller city, of course, in a much, financially well-off city, obviously, but it was phenomenal seeing it live, but also talking to the chief there and hearing from him the successes they've had, and then seeing the successes. And again, a big part of it too, Councilman, is the opportunity to help create a safer response for our officers by, again, having eyes on the scene. That's huge for me. And so this technology is new, but the DFR strategy is not new. It's been around 2 or 3 years, somewhere in there. So I think that's been established enough to show it's a successful program.
It's like Councilman Mitchell said earlier, that the cost benefit, you're kind of like, well, the cost, you're taking care of the cost, so it looks like the benefit's overwhelming, but kind of what we're talking before. In a year from now, all these questions will be a lot more poignant and stuff.
100%. I totally expect that.
Thank you for answering all those questions.
Thank you.
All right.
Councilman Mitchell.
Thank
and
you.
Councilman DeRito.
Concerning the cost benefit, to me, it's $150,000. To me, to take care of our officers and to provide the kind of safety that we can provide and give them the kind of information they need prior to showing up on a scene of a crime, it's worth it to me. I've had the benefit of seeing the videos of how these drones operate, and I think they even did a local news special on the Dunwoody.
They did.
And where the person was in the container, they had run to the container, and the thermal imaging actually helped them
locate the person.
Locate the person. And that was an escape kind of situation where had they been in a car or on a bike, it would have been impossible to find. You have these images of I go back to like O.J. Simpson when he was escaping on the freeway. The helicopters everybody in America was following that. Well, imagine a drone being able to do that on a local level where we know exactly where the criminal is going down 400. And furthermore, just if there's, I think the most dangerous situations for officers, correct me if I'm wrong, are those of domestic violent crimes.
They're definitely up there, yes.
So if we can send out a drone and video the house, and if the person's out in the yard or whatever with a gun or whatever, and we can relay that information to the crime center, and they tell the officers ahead of time, how much more valuable is that, knowing what to be prepared for before you just show up? And because we ask a lot of our officers, and there's a lot we can't know. I think about the officer that got shot on South Main. The guy was in the pickup, and the guy just started shooting at him. What if we had known from the camera that he had a gun in the vehicle that you could see through the windshield? Those kind of things, to me, make it worth the money. What I do want to ask is, all right, after this year trial, what is your ask after that? For additional drones, or?
No, my ask would be to again, because this will be an unfunded, operational item for this first year, because you can't fund with seizure every year. There are limitations with seizure money, and so you can't fund something operationally year in and year out. You can do a one-time. You can't do personnel, like Councilman Hikes mentioned, things like that. And so I can utilize this money for the first year, but for a long-term program, it would need to be a budgeted item. So I would be coming and saying, okay, here's the data, here's, hopefully answering the questions that you all have. We have the analysis, and then, I believe I would come back with a recommendation saying, I think this is worth the money. And if it wasn't, I would come back and say, we were wrong, and we should not move forward with this. But in the meantime, it would be coming to council and saying, here's the data, here's the successes we saw, here are the concerns we have with it. I do feel like we should move forward. At that point, it's becoming trying to figure out how to make it a funded mandate and a budgetary item.
Yeah. All right. Well, this has my full support, since it's a workshop setting. And this is not exactly it's not exactly new technology. Right. It's been used with our armed forces for years now, and quite successfully as far as determining what's going on the battlefield.
That's a good point.
So it's got my full support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman DeRito.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for presenting this in this workshop. I'm really intrigued by this because you and I actually had a discussion about the use of drones, God, months ago. I can't remember when. at one of our meetings, we talked about it. Yeah, I've actually done some research on drones, and we wouldn't be plowing new fields. I mean, it's used in public safety and in the military, as alluded to already, very proactively right now, and they're very effective, both public safety tools and crime-fighting tools. And the fact that we'd be utilizing seizure funds from adjudicated cases, whether it be drug charges or whatever, where cash is collected and it goes through the courts and person's found guilty, and then the city ends up with those funds to use it for certain things, such as this. I think it's a good use of those funds for seeing how this could be effective in the city of Alpharetta. One of the things that that I've always been concerned about is the growth of the city. I know we're looking at the regentrification, or whatever you want to call it, restructuring of the North Point corridor. And I know many on the council here, all of us on the council, are very looking forward to seeing some great changes along that corridor near North Point Mall. It's going to require additional police resources if the vision comes true of some things we're considering right now. And anytime your city or population grows within a certain part of the country, I view drones as just one tool in the arsenal to help mitigate the need of exploding your police force overnight. It actually fills in for mitigating the deployment of our police resources to every call that comes in, as you pointed out in your presentation, Chief. And so the use of the drone and how we utilize our police resources today and in the future, and the strategy that comes out of that is something that could help us not necessarily, say, meet one officer per 500 residents, which I think is the FBI kind of recommendation. If you look at their report on population versus how many officers you should have on staff. The drone actually, and technology in itself, helps mitigate the cost to the taxpayer to keep building the police force to a level that...
It's a force multiplier, right?
I'm sorry?
It's a force multiplier.
It's a force, thank you.
Yes.
That's a great way of putting it. Force multiplier. So I like the fact that we go through the first year, almost like a pilot program, to see how effective it is. And my sense is we'll find it to be a pretty effective program. I know we had an incident over the weekend that had that drone been in place, it would have been a very effective tool to protect our officers responding to that scene. And maybe they would have responded a little bit differently. Although, thank God nobody got hurt, but you want to avoid that as best as possible, right?
Sure.
So I do have a couple of questions. I support the program. I think it's, we keep talking about Alfred being the technology city of the South, right? Well, this is technology to help enhance our public safety strategy in the city as the city grows. You mentioned this is a flock system, and we already use flock cameras throughout the city, which I don't have to tell everyone here, been a very effective tool for public safety on identifying suspects and, tracking them even outside the city to other places around the country.
Yes.
And making arrests after they've done something bad in Alpharetta. I would assume that the flock drone would also capture those imagery. You mentioned like the license plates.
Oh, absolutely.
So even though it has limitations of how far the drone could go, if there's an image of that license plate and it goes outside to Florida or something, the flock system itself, that image would be captured.
No different than a camera on the side of the road.
That would become part of the heat map.
Correct.
To track that individual to wherever that person may be.
That's,
Is that correct?
yes, sir. That's a great point. I mean, it's no different than a camera on the side of the road in your neighborhood capturing a tag that is now in the system, and it would be the same thing with the drone, absolutely. And it has the search capabilities. Again, if you're looking for a red sedan, let's say, while it's up, it can help you look and see, for a red sedan, type thing. So it's very similar technology, and our real-time crime center is, we utilize Flock as far as the system there, and then the cameras as well. So yes, that would all marry together nicely, as you can imagine.
And as far as the way our officers write police reports today, and every incident report, with the drone footage and any elements of stats or whatever that come out of that drone footage on a call that the drone goes to, would that become part and parcel of the police report itself?
Absolutely. If it's used in any way, shape, or form in any type of report that we have to create based on whatever the response is or whatever we're doing, that becomes part of the report, and that's has an evidentiary value to it as well, as you can imagine. So yes, okay. Absolutely.
Well, this is good, and thank you for your time. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank you.
So I'm glad council has had this opportunity. I appreciate John Robinson bringing this to us. I did have the opportunity a few months ago when Flock came and held a presentation of what the capabilities of their Flock project or their Flock drone program are right across the street in our community center. And we had public safety and police, fire representatives from all around the metro Atlanta area at that point. And I'd just like to bring up a couple of other things that I don't know that we were clear enough on. It was an impressive presentation. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Flock and what their history is, but that company is really amazing. The reason Dunwoody was the first police department to start the Flock drone program is because their biggest success was a kidnapped child in Dunwoody. And so the police department in Dunwoody had a woman call and report that somebody had just snatched, I believe it was a young boy, like a 2-year-old son, out of their front yard and drove off. And nobody had any idea how to find it other than a description of a certain color car. And Flock was a Georgia Tech graduates program. It's a startup company now. It's worth billions. And their mission is to help public safety. And so they're dedicated to that purpose, and they've been extremely successful. And one thing I wanted to talk about this is, we were talking about the comparison of the Flock program as compared to potentially buying different drones and using them in a manner. One, Flock is subsidizing the leases because they know this is a successful program and they want to get buy-in so they can grow the economies of scale and make it even more cost efficient for everybody, for every community to be able to use this technology. And they're advancing. But one of the things about the lease program is we're not on the hook for any maintenance. It's all inclusive. Here's the number, you get 12 months usage. If this drone fails, if you need a battery or something like that, if there's any issues, they just come bring you a new drone and you just keep on moving. You don't have to worry about sending it somewhere for repairs. You don't have to worry about maintenance. You don't have to worry about. The other big component that I think is critical in this program is the software. Flock software, I don't know that anybody else in the world has the capabilities that this software does. As Councilman Dorito mentioned, they have the technology of being able to do a license plate reader, which tells you who that car is registered to. And so, for example, that woman whose child was snatched off the side of the road in their neighborhood, the only reason they found that child was because Flock has a program that where these Flock cameras are, they identify those cars. All they knew it was a certain car of a certain color, and the software identified that car and tracked that it had been in LPR reading distance in about 6 different locations between here and I believe it was Douglasville, where they finally found
out in West Georgia, out in Carrollton, I think. But yes, they ended up in Carrollton.
Exactly. And so Flock software noted, well, it looks like this vehicle has gone here, 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 and there. And so they were able to track that perpetrator and find that little 2-year-old boy. before anything else worse could happen. And so I say that because the software in this thing is amazing. It has the capability of following a vehicle, identifying who's in there, and all types of capabilities that come in handy if you have police on the, chase. And it's just amazing that I don't know that other other drone companies don't have some type of software, but I've never seen anything as useful and as efficient as what they have been able to create and implement at this point. So I'm excited about this. This isn't something we're going to vote on tonight. It'll come back at some point for another discussion and potentially funding next year if that's necessary. But I'm all on board with this because you see what's going on around the world right now, and technology is the force multiplier because we can't have a man and woman in blue standing on every street corner. But we can have a presence that can be on every street corner within a few seconds in our city. And I think hopefully it'll be a cost-efficient method in the future. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time.
Appreciate it. So that'll wrap up the work session on the flock safety drones, and we'll move on to the alcohol ordinance amendments for the distance requirements. Ms. Shapiro?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. In the packet today, I provided you all with two documents. One is the PowerPoint presentation, which will be on your screen here shortly. And then second was some proposed text of an ordinance for us to discuss. So I'm going to kind of do an overview of what we are kind of recommending and want some feedback from you guys on as it relates to proposed text amendments to the definitions and the distance requirements section of our alcohol ordinance. So myself, Brett Schroeder with our code enforcement team and our city attorney's office, we kind of identified some areas that came out of our city council retreat and just some sticking points that we found in application and reviewing alcohol license applications and processing as it relates to our establishments downtown and citywide. So the first portion, this would be some proposed clarifications to either existing definitions or recategorizing definitions that were within other sections of the code. So the first one would be college or college campus. This wasn't defined in our current ordinance. It was only referenced in the distance requirements section. The downtown district, it would establish a definition including a geographical area of what is considered our downtown. For eating establishments, we were proposing to add clarity that it is considered an on-premises consumption establishment. And then we were also recommending with our 50-50 alcohol to food ratio that we have, it's currently written as an annual reporting, and for compliance purposes, we're recommending that we switch that from annual to a monthly reporting instead of taking an average or your gross sales for the entire year, looking at that number on a month-to-month basis. Defining a mixed-use development district, it is referenced already in a section within the alcohol ordinance later, but we thought it would be more helpful to users and applications to have an actual definition. Creating a definition for what is considered a the premises of a alcohol licensed establishment. It also will help add clarity in talking about who the owner is and what type of ownership is considered if it's a premises that maybe has two establishments. School or school grounds, similar to college or college campus. Oftentimes we've had, when we're reviewing maybe a survey that's come back in determining whether a establishment that provides childcare services, if they are to be considered a school or not. And it really all hinges on the state's definition of whether or not they provide a subject or a type of class that is taught in a common school. So some daycare facilities do teach kindergarten, that's state-sponsored, and so we added clarity that that kind of establishment would be considered a school as it applies to whether or not a place could get an alcohol license. And then last, something that our code hadn't really referenced is a treatment center. The state regulations do require that there be minimum distance from any government owned and operated treatment facility as to the types of places where alcohol would have to have a minimum distance requirement. Those are the definitions. And then the major overhaul was in 417. I'm going to kind of just go through this slide and then we can look at the charts that follow. When we were looking at distance requirements for alcohol, there are a few situations in which we've had to determine, is this distance and the way that we measure consistent across the board? That is not only an easy application for our code enforcement team that reviews these alcohol licenses, but also for applicants. So with our current code, we have distance requirements for an establishment that would be considered an on-premise establishment, so like a traditional restaurant like Mini Olivia or Lazy Dog, those types of establishments. We have distance requirements for retail package stores, which would includes facilities that only sell packaged wine and beer. So that would be something like a Publix, Quick Trip, a wine store. And then we also have retail package stores that sell beer, wine, and liquor. The state requirements, there are some requirements that are different for an establishment that sells liquor package as opposed to just selling bottles of wine. And so we recommended that we amend our code to differentiate between the two of those. So one of the topics that we really wanted to hear from you all is if there would be a consideration to remove distance requirements for a restaurant or a type of eating establishment as it relates to on-premises consumption, but a retail package store would still be required to have minimum distance requirements. If so, we also created a more consistent methodology on how distances should be measured. So throughout our current code, there's maybe like three different ways to measure, and it's not consistent. And so we were hoping that we could adopt something similar as to the state in measuring in a straight line distance over and through any obstacles from the primary door of the establishment selling alcohol to the primary door of a church, library, government-owned treatment center, or another package store, the primary entry door of a private residence, the property line of a park or school, and to the address point of the school stop. It's not easily interpreted in the code that we currently have, so that would be our recommendation to clean that up as well. And then to still allow for a variance procedure for retail package stores to meet distance requirements to a bus stop, school, church, or other retail package store if it's within the minimum distance, kind of similar that we do now. One of the things that we've seen in reviewing alcohol license applications is a lot of folks, they want to live where cool stuff is happening. They want to live closer to restaurants. They want to be able to walk out their door and enter a development or the downtown where cool stuff is happening. We've seen that with things that have popped up in downtown, also with the redevelopment at North Point. We think there's a lot of opportunity for residences to be close and continue to be close to establishments that typically sell alcohol. It's not very common that you find restaurants anymore that do not offer alcohol. Almost every eating establishment in Alpharetta has alcohol, unless you're going to Subway. In terms of variances, we've only had one variance for distances in the past 4 years that I've served as the city, and that one was the Jack's Feed store on South Main. That was not within the distance requirement for a school. And the school was supportive of that variance. They came to that meeting. And then one of the other interesting concepts is that we're seeing with some of the vacant office parks that we have in terms of the traditional church concept. It's not always traditional where a church, establishes and they raise enough money and they build a building. We've had a couple of applicants that we have found through the survey that a church has taken over an office building and are operating there every day of the week. And it's common for an office park to be located to an establishment such as a restaurant or a Mexican place or things of that nature. That's within close proximity to a church. Not a lot of times would you think that there would be a distance issue from an office building to a restaurant, but we found that there have been churches that go into office buildings now and operate. So there are just a couple of examples there. I did include 3 charts. The first one is for on-premise consumption. So the eating establishments, the restaurants, any place where you can go in and sit down and have a beverage. The first column is state law. For state law, there are no requirements on how far a eating establishment or a place that has on-premise drinking is from any of the categories that we currently have in our code. So currently, we have an ordinance that requires distances citywide and a different distance in the downtown. So we are proposing that we remove the distance requirements both citywide and within the downtown for eating establishments only. On the second chart that we have, that is for wine and beer package sales. This section would not apply to grocery stores or an establishment that has both an on-premise consumption license and a package license. So a year or two ago, we adopted an ordinance that changed the alcohol section to allow establishments to serve package to go such that it is ancillary to their traditional operations. An example of that is Lazy Dog. They're a restaurant that specializes in micro beers, and you can go there and eat dinner and have a drink, but then you can also take a 6-pack home with you. So that would not apply to these types of establishments. So this would really be like a wine shop, Total Wine, but they serve liquor there, so ours doesn't count, or a gas station. State law only has requirements for wine and beer package sales from a school or college campus and government alcohol treatment centers. Our code does have distance requirements, both downtown and citywide. We are proposing that those stay the same, but we would like to add a distance of 300 feet for the treatment center to match the state law. What's also interesting about state law and our code is that they measure in yards and we measure in feet. So trying to make those numbers consistent for easy interpretation and application. And then finally, the distilled spirits package sales. These are your traditional liquor stores, so Reds, Total Wine, or anything else that pops up. State law does have requirements from churches, schools, college campuses, other package stores, and government-owned operated treatment centers. We also have our minimum distance requirements as well. The only 2 that we are proposing changes to are for school or college campus. State law, their requirement is 200 yards. Ours is 300 feet, so we're actually more restricted than the state, which is not permitted. So we would recommend amending that distance to match the state standard of the 600 feet. And then also, just for added clarity, adding in the government alcohol treatment center in the feet of 300 to match the state's 100 yards. So that is pretty much my spiel on alcohol. As I mentioned, there was text and proposed language, so I welcome any feedback, questions, or ideas, thoughts that you guys have at this time.
Councilman Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. My question is in regard to number 7 on page 3 of 10 for the distance requirements and how that's measured. Quite frankly, we're going to get into some problems if we start measuring it by direct distance, like as the crow would fly, if you will. When we did the city center years ago, we ran into the issue of how are we going to have restaurants that also serve alcohol, and we have churches in our close proximity. And I remember, I'm sure Jimmy will too, we met with the current pastors of that church, and we kind of conversed with them about it, and there wasn't a major issue or concern at the time, but that could change. And the way that we've always measured is, we went out to the sidewalk, we went down to the sidewalk as a person would walk, and then we went to the crosswalk, and then we crossed over to measure the distance. If we measured by a straight line from the establishment to the church, our downtown would be out of compliance. So I have a real issue with going with a strict definition as a straight line, because that means all of our downtown is not in compliance.
So, and I thought about that as well, and the thing that I had to remember is that the only time now that we would be measuring distance requirements is if it's a package store, so like fermented, or a retail liquor store like Red's. So if we remove the distance requirements from eating establishments, we would no longer have to measure anything from a church to, say, Chiringa, or a church to what was Jekyll, because we wouldn't have a distance requirement. The other kind of safeguard that we have there too is I'm proposing that we match our several of our distances to the state minimum. So to your point of the church, for example, if I'm a liquor store and say I wanted to take over Jekyll, I would have to be 100 yards of a church building, straight line distance, for me to be able to get a state liquor license. I cannot get a state liquor license, and so I wouldn't be able to get a city license either. So in matching, in that sense, I think that there would be a benefit to measuring in that sense.
And measuring in the straight line distance.
In a straight line distance, because we wouldn't, the only time then that we would ever require a survey for our eating establishments would only be, or excuse me, we wouldn't require a survey for eating establishments anymore. We would only require a survey for package sales.
Okay, so it's not going to be, what you're saying, and I just want to clarify for the public, it's not going to be an issue for a restaurant that, like Jekyll, that is now out of business, for the new business to come in. They won't have a problem with the state or our local.
Correct.
If we pass this.
If they were only an on-premise consumption establishment, they would not.
Okay.
Because there's no state law requirements for restaurants, eating establishments to be within a minimum distance of any type of structure.
Mm-hmm. A lot of these laws were written real early on in a more, shall I say, puritanical time.
That was part of the discussion I had too. I said, you have to remember, people just started drinking in public not too long ago. Like, I remember going out to eat in the 2000s and I would never see anybody drink a beer, but now it's more common.
Right.
So to your point.
I just think a lot of my, friends on all sides of the issue, their attitudes have changed toward alcohol consumption, both in the church and out of the church. And so I just don't want to be too heavy-handed with this, but it sounds like you've thought this through, so thank you.
You're very welcome.
Councilman Heights.
Ms. Shapiro, I appreciate all the time and effort, and I know it was a lot of time and effort.
Yes.
I have two comments, potentially disagreements. Two of the places that we are not similar, or at least one place we're not similar, is wine and beer package sales for schools. Now, you have combined schools and college campuses, even though they have different definitions. And I would err on the side of complying with, or being consistent with state law as it applies to schools. Quite frankly, if I was in college, on a college campus, I would mandate a liquor store next door, or a package store next door. But, and that's where the business is, right, guys? No, for schools, I think we should be consistent, and that has a separate definition.
Mm-hmm.
With state law there, which would be 300 feet. We've done so with packaged liquor stores. We're consistent with state law.
Package wine and beer.
Right, and on the next one, on the distilled.
We're not consistent.
It says amend to 600 feet.
So 200 yards, yes, so that would be our proposed, that we
Right.
amend it to
Yeah,
600.
and so I totally agree with that,
Yes.
especially as to schools. All right, so, and then my last suggestion in this work session is I would keep the state law distance between package stores. I would not like to see a concentration of package stores unless they apply for a variance. And I don't know if community development has any thoughts on this, or maybe that's not the appropriate time in a work session. But you could end up with, you name the city that you have in your mind and the particular road or street. I like it the way it is, or I like the way state law is, that we say you have to be at least 500 yards from another one.
Yes, and so, and I had to do the math on this a few times. So state law says you have to be 1,500 feet from package to package, and ours is actually longer. You have to be 2,000 feet.
Right, but our proposed ordinance is none.
No change, I apologize. That was an interpretation of the charge. Those propose change, no change.
Oh, I have been misreading what none meant. Okay.
So I highlighted the changes in blue. Those were the sections that I was proposing a change to.
Okay, well,
I apologize.
I'm glad we're not changing it. I had misinterpreted what you meant by none.
I apologize. I should have
No, that's on me.
clarified my definition of none.
So, apart from that, that's my feedback.
So you're okay with our distance being greater than state from package to package of the 2,000?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Just wanted
Absolutely.
to confirm we were on the same page.
Yes.
Anyone else? Looks like you've gotten as much feedback as you want. Did you get the clarity you needed?
Yes, I did, and I will set this for a time to be legally advertised and bring it forward at a future council meeting.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. No. No, you feel free.
Hey,
Any other questions?
So Lauren, because I misread what none meant.
Yes.
For schools and wine and beer package sales, we had 300 feet, and it will remain at 300 feet.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So the only change would be the calculation of the distance, the 300 feet?
Yes, so you would measure in a straight line.
Right.
Through and any obstacles.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you're very welcome.
So that'll wrap up our discussion about the ordinance, alcohol ordinance amendments, and move on to the Alpharetta jail update that Chris Lagerblum has been working diligently on. Mr. Lagerblum.
Thank you. And I guess before I get started, let me just set the stage as to why we're here. And we're here because the sheriff has indicated his intent to stop operating our jail effective September the 1st. So before I start diving into some of these details and talking about what jails mean to communities, let me just recognize that we put together a very, quickly we put together a solid working group to evaluate this. And there's a lot of people in the room that you don't usually see who've been a real instrumental in getting us to where I'm even capable of giving you this report today. So I want to acknowledge that this is certainly a team effort and not something that I've done in a vacuum. But let's talk a little bit about the history of our jail, if we can do that, just so we all come from the same place. We operated that jail in the 90s and in the early 2000s. Believe it or not, I started my career in that jail with the city of Alpharetta in 1994. So I have a little bit of history dating back to it, but we operated that facility. And at some point in the mid-2000s, it became one of those things that the city of Alpharetta stopped doing because the sheriff at the time wanted to have the space, wanted to have the extra beds, and the sheriff started to run our local jail as an annex. During COVID, the jail shut down, and then just after COVID, Sheriff Labatt reopened the jail, and it is in that capacity today up until September the 1st when we have to decide what, if anything, we want to do going forward. Just by way of some background, so we all have the same visual in our head, the jail can house 72 people, although I would tell you that would be 72 people very uncomfortably housed. It is capable of housing both male and female inmates. Over there's medical services that are provided. There's no kitchen, so food is brought in. Right now, it operates in a manner in which cities bring prisoners, inmates to that location from Milton, Alpharetta, Johns Creek, Roswell. They turn them over to the sheriff. If the sheriff is kind enough to let them in the back door, and we'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Then the sheriff either maintains them as housed inmates until they work through a city process, or the sheriff runs a bus down to Rice Street for those that have to be processed into the state court system. So that's a little bit about how the jail operates today. The jail's in not bad shape. I wouldn't also consider it to be in operating shape, that there is some work that needs to be done on a jail. That's just natural of jails. They're pretty hard users. We would, if we choose to, at the end of this discussion, or even provide some direction that says, yeah, let's continue down a path of opening up the jail, there will need to be a period of time that some work is done in the jail before we actually open the doors to having it ready for our officers and maybe others to use it. But before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about what jails mean to a local community or to a region. So we all have that context to it. And unfortunately, that discussion is going to come in the method of talking about what would be lost if we lose the jail. There's not a lot of glaringly glamorous things about being in the jail business, and it's one of those things that if it's not built, it's a very difficult facility to find a location where it's not extremely objected to build one. But I can tell you that there are only certain charges that are eligible to be taken to the Rice Street Jail. So that is a jail that's operated by the sheriff, which means that the liaison is to the state court system. So today we would take anybody that was charged with a state felony and enter them in. We are not allowed to hear those cases locally, so they would go down to Rice Street, but everything else would stay here. What I mean by here is our local charges, anything that's cited out of the city ordinances. So disorderly conduct, minor affray, those kind of things that we can write a local charge for, not go to that big title book that the state has. Those citations, if they result in a custodial arrest, they're dropped off here, tickets are processed here, and they go to our court and see either Judge Will or Judge Bendel just up the street. That would no longer happen. And in fact, we couldn't even get those charges to be accepted into the Rice Street Jail. So if we showed up down there, somebody and said, disorderly conduct of Alpharetta ordinance, the sheriff's kindly going to say, well, I suggest you take them back to Alpharetta and write them a ticket and let them go. And that's just the reality of what he's allowed to process down there. Never mind the fact that they are under some strict scrutiny right now with the federal monitors as to overcrowding and population. Adding very, very, very minor crimes is not something I could ever see that he would have interest in down there. We would lose the ability to incarcerate on traffic offenses, which translated, I'll just translate that into what we all know that to be, is that any DUI case that any of our officers made would either be written a copy of charges and sent home or arranged for transportation otherwise, but there would be no facility to take a person arrested for DUI to. So another charge that the sheriff would not let in the back door. One of the key ones, and I think this is significant, is the fact that we have a probation system in our court system. Many, many times, the judge will use the probation program as an opportunity to gain compliance with an offender. And any offender, I don't know if you know this or not, but any offender that comes to the court here in Alpharetta and is unable to pay their fine, even while it's very limited, non-reporting type probation, in order for them to get on a payment plan to be able to pay a fine, those people even enter the probation process. So we have a lot more people on, quote, probation than you might think. The judge's recourse in any probation matter for noncompliance is revocation. And revocation means that, if you are supposed to do something for probation and you don't do it, and that makes the judge mad and says, well, I'm tired of this lack of compliance with what I told you to do, I'm going to revoke your probation and re-sentence you accordingly. We lose the ability to do that because there's no place to hold a probation hold. So if the judge says, I want to revoke your probation, we don't have a place for that. We would essentially lose the probation program. I mean, the teeth in probation is the revocation process. And without the revocation process, there's really no penalty for not adhering to it. Some of the things we enjoy up here in Alpharetta by being with a local facility is timely access to our courts. We all believe that people have the right to speedy justice, and that should not be unreasonably denied. And at times, we're seeing right now average book-in times at the Fulton County Jail of up to 3 to 4 days. That's just a very long time. Here, people do enjoy the ability to be booked in, processed, see the judge and enter the judicial system for a fair and neutral hearing, and then proceed with their case in a much more timely manner. Touching on just a couple more, then I'm going to talk about what it takes to get back into the jail business. Obviously, this type of discussion wouldn't be complete if I didn't talk about the physical environment in the jail. It's a jail, so I get it. People say, well, it's not supposed to be nice, and it's not nice. And no one's painting it out to be, but there's a difference between not nice and downright miserable. And I've used the comment many times with people when I say, a trip to the Fulton County Jail is life-changing and never in a good way for anybody. And, the environment in downtown is a lot tougher, a lot more violent. We don't see our jail, knock on wood, on the news on a regular basis for stabbings and shankings and deaths. But that's what happens down at the Rice Street Jail. I know the sheriff's working to make that better, but that's just the reality of the world we're living in. Last two things that I want to touch on is that the amount of time that an officer's out of service, if they're able to stay locally and drop a prisoner off and get back to work, that is a lot more of a convenient putting our staffing level back to where it needs to be to serve Alpharetta than a trip to Rice Street. Look, I've been to Rice Street many a time, and it is easily an hour and a half in the car driving. And the gamble is how long you're going to be there when you get there. Because certain times of the day you show up and they're doing a head count, or certain times of the day you show up and they'll say we're doing a meal count, and they won't even let you in the sally port. And you essentially sit down down there and wait until they get done with whatever they're doing, and then the gate will open and you can process in. So it's safe to say that that's a 2.5-hour commitment in the best of circumstances to have an officer go from arrest to back in the city where they're back functioning as one of our police officers. And that's conservative. That's a good day. And candidly, here lately, we've had a difficult time getting people into our jail. The sheriff does have medical staff that screens every person that's dropped off here. It's not required by state statute to have that level of medical staff at the jail. And our officers routinely hear things like, too drunk to go to jail, too sad to go to jail, blood pressure's too high to go to jail. Well, let me tell you that if I was facing that, my blood pressure would be high too. And I just don't know how you are put in that situation without those things being natural reactions to that. We did it back in the day, and we would do it again, where we can put a higher trained person of medical talent in that local jail within 4 minutes than any entry-level nurse can certify somebody as they come in the door. And if the person needs to go to the hospital, there are really one of two decisions made, and that's, do you put them in a police car and take them to North Fulton, or now Wellstar, or do you put them in an ambulance and have a police car follow? It's really not that difficult, and that's become a significant barrier to entry, so much so that I've talked, not just with our officers, I've talked with officers of other cities that are users of our jail, that they rationally make the decision that, there's a chance I don't get in the Alpharetta jail, so I might as well just gamble right now and just hit the highway and see if I can get myself that 2.5-hour turn at Rice Street, because that's more predictable than going down the street, because the chances of being denied at the back door are that high. I want to talk too, and the team came up with it. I can't take credit for it. I can give Major Lindgren the credit for it. Maybe he didn't even come up with it, but we were trying to figure out how to have a discussion around the police mindset and the incarceration process or the arrest process. Do I make this arrest or don't I? Because everybody has that discretion out there who's wearing that uniform. And it's not been all that long, although it's been a good minute, since I've lived in that mindset and served this community that way. But I can tell you that when you're working shift work, which is what police work is, and if your shift is from 5 until 5, or 6 until 6, and all of a sudden you're faced with a decision to be made at 4:15 in the afternoon as to what action should I take. There's one side of your brain that tells you, well, I really know that the right thing to do is to make an arrest in this case, because that's what will cause this behavior to change and justice to be done. And the other half of your brain is saying, but then there's no way I get home tonight. And Trent labeled that well when he called it the friction factor. And it is the friction factor. It's the decision-making that officers go through when they decide, what is the correct course of action here. I don't want to get into the what's right, what's wrong, and we should always be doing what's right in all the right circumstances. I'd say those things too. But I also have to put the reality of what really goes through somebody's mind as they're trying to process making that decision. So unintentionally, that causes us to probably do some catch and release, we like to call it. Like, the person should probably go to jail, but, unintentionally, I don't want to go through that whole process, so this is just as easy to write the ticket and hope they come to court. So I want to just keep that in mind that the convenience factor, although it is a convenience factor, matters to some degree. So how do you open a jail? We got this letter from the sheriff, and the good news is we had put some thought to this long before we got that letter from the sheriff. The mayor was always on top of it, saying, I don't need you to be meeting with everybody, and I don't need you to be executing, but I need you to be ready. And so we were ready. And it's really, again, I mentioned this to you in executive session. I'll mention it to you out here. It's not that hard. We have a facility. It's an establishing process. It's finding the right people. It's equipping it correctly and safely. It's marrying all those pieces together. And then it's following the law and opening up the building. So there's not, I don't want to make it sound more mystical than it really is. It would be a significant undertaking. But if we choose that we want to have this asset for our community, then it is something that's very, very, very doable. We have, to this point, already gone out and started to put some pen to paper on what it would take to buy equipment, for example. And you say, okay, so what type of equipment would you need? Obviously, we need clothing and linens and hygiene kits, and then the nice stuff to have, the commissary items, and now jails are into inmate phones and inmate tablets as a way to bond out, and we need to feed people. So how would we provide food in a jail that doesn't have a kitchen? The good news is there's multiple vendors out there that do that. I even approached John Paul Kroom with Wellstar, I went and thought of the places in Alpharetta that produce meals on a regular basis at quantity and who we could partner with. Taking you back in time, we never worried about this because we used to drive to the Roswell jail and just pick up food down there because they had a kitchen. Well, now they not only have a kitchen, they no longer have a jail. So that's not a possibility. So short of going to Dairy Queen and getting some burgers and blizzards to go, partnering with a food vendor on a daily basis would be very easy to do, and it would happen in the form of going and picking up food in the morning, going and picking up food in the evening, probably having the next day's lunch, which can be cold, ready to be picked up the evening before, and just get on a cycle of providing food. So not a whole lot of concern there. We're going to get into expenses and revenues before the presentation's done or before the discussion's done. But a lot of the different things I just mentioned, just put in the back of your head, there are ways to monetize those. So we're looking at ways to monetize and run this as an enterprise if we do it from day one. There's a way to monetize the telephone usage. You encourage inmates to use the phone because if they're using the phone, you're getting paid. And you're encouraging them to get out of jail. Tablets, would seem to be entertainment to an inmate or to a person incarcerated, is also a good access to a law library and a good access to be able to bond out on a jail-approved tablet. And again, if they're using it, there's some version of revenue that's being received by the city. So we embarked upon this study by saying what revenue opportunities are there along the way. That's equipment. I talked a little bit about maintenance of the jail. We've already done inspections of our current jail. We know what condition it's in. I've toured it. We had an independent person that does jail work as a profession tour it. It's important to make sure that you have jail with safe doors, safe locks. If we were to go over there right now, while not really a safety concern, you will have seen that there's been a window that's been shattered that nobody replaced. And the window's not going to fall out because it's not that type of window. But there's some work that needs to be done over at the jail to get it to a place of being open. Granted, the jail doesn't have a whole lot of storage, but there's probably storage opportunities in there that don't include using up one of the jail cells as the storage closet. So there's some opportunities for improvement and enhancement. Generally, it's in good shape. It meets all the requirements of a jail. It's not like it is to a standard that doesn't exist anymore. We could use significant inmate labor to do that work. And when I say inmate labor, this isn't a massive expense where we would go out and hire big contractors to do work. State inmates work that do very good work. I wouldn't want them working in our parks necessarily, but working in our jail I don't have a problem with. As long as we supply as long as we provide the supplies, we can get an 8-person inmate work crew, transportation, and a guard for $300 a day. And I can't buy that kind of work, inmate labor work, anywhere close to that cost. So I don't think getting our jail in a very short period of time to where we'd be ready to open it would be that difficult or that expensive. The electrical systems are good, the mechanical systems are good, but we would make sure that before anything opened up, we were in top-notch shape. So talked about equipment, talked about the facility, and then really it becomes a function of hiring good people. And if you hire the right people, you can hire less of them, and they make you look really good. And a jail that size, we've built it on the model just for our purposes of study, that if we were to open it and if we were to provide services to the other North Fulton cities, that at any given point we would have 20 inmates in there, call them city inmates. And that at any point in time, and I've already had this discussion, that even though the sheriff's not going to run it anymore, doesn't mean that the sheriff's not interested in talking about the use of daily inmate housing for the purposes of using beds. And there's a way to do that with an intergovernmental agreement that says the type of inmate we're willing to house, how long they're able to stay, what we're going to charge. But just for the purposes of building a study that is somewhat fictitious but somewhat based in fact so we can make good decisions, we've said 20 city inmates and 20 county inmates on a daily basis just as we start to build our revenue picture for the facility itself. That would put the capacity at about 50% of its capable capacity, although I would never really want to get pushing to that 70 number just because, again, I'd say it would be pretty uncomfortable. Just to get ahead in this process, we were very transparent with the advertisements that we did. We wanted to test the market and see what kind of applicant pool was out there. There's only one other jail operating locally, and that's the city of Smyrna that we're aware of that's not operated by a sheriff. So we have a comparison to be able to get some ideas as to where we would need to be, pay scales and salaries to be attractive and recruit the talent that we would need to open it. But I can tell you just in the advertising and publishing those advertisements, the overwhelming response is, it's been significant for the short period of time that it's been open, and it's been all disclaimed with disclaimers that say, council hasn't approved a budget to go along with this yet. So know you're applying for a position that I don't even have money to fund. We've had 80 plus applicants, which is outstanding. To move forward, you also rely on, we talked a little bit about this too, about tone at the top in anything that you build from scratch. If we, in fact, decide to move forward, I am very, very confident, in fact, ultra confident, that if there's 2 or 3 leadership positions in the jail, which I believe there are, is that we have identified and gotten tentative commitments from people to fill those positions that would put us as I would suggest we could work towards being the top local jail in the state with the talent that we're talking about. But let's talk about how I made it sound easy, like put all these pieces together and poof, you have a jail. And I don't know that it's really necessarily that easy, but let me tell you what we know at this point, and let me tell you what we're still guessing at, and let me tell you what some of the things are that I think you might be, you might have some hesitation with and want to talk through. So I mentioned earlier that there's expenses and revenues, and that's, any budget has those things. We, as we do most circumstances, we've been very conservative in estimating the expenditures, which means we've estimated them large because I don't want to get caught with all of a sudden an expenditure that it's much larger than the bill of goods we sold and say, there's there's going to be revenue to pay this much of these expenditures. So I'll tell you, I think that we operate the jail, if we were to choose to operate it, again, with the assumption that we're going to operate it for ourselves, potentially have other city customers as well as the sheriff or others with daily housing. It runs somewhere on an annual basis between $3.3 and $3.6 million. And that's an all-in number. That's a person number. That's equipment number. That's food. That's a turnkey number. And I know that's a big number, but that's a turnkey number. And then you start to look at that number and say, okay, what's the cash that would be a part of an enterprise that would run and get you towards those numbers? And then what of the stuff I started the discussion with has non-cash value sufficient to be able to say, okay, we should do that, run it like an enterprise, and yes, there's going to be upfront capitalization, but then maximize our revenues longer term and turn it into as close to a break-even operation as we can in 18 to 24 months. I'll say, just because I have it here in my notes, I wanted to mention that there is revenue that will exist on day one, but not all of them. And there will be revenues that will be available along the way. We have somebody stuck. Okay, we got him in. Good. The revenues will come in the form of what we collect for housing people, whether that's for other cities or from the sheriff. There is existing today, and I don't want to rely on this for day one revenue, but there's an existing state statute that allows for a fee or surcharge to be added to citations that are adjudicated through the court. No different than the Police Officer Benevolent Fund, the Domestic Violence Witness Fund. There's all sorts of tack-ons. If your speeding ticket's $140 and you wonder how all of a sudden it costs $220, it's because everybody has their finger in the pot, and it's all driven by the state. But there is one that is eligible for the very specific use of operating a jail. We have been able to levy that previously. We had to stop when we stopped being out of the jail, but we could levy that again. But with the way the state statute's written, is that can only be levied if those revenues are then transmitted to the county for a county operated or for a county operated facility. City of Atlanta has been able to be successful in amending that statute because of the Atlanta Detention Center. And I've got to think, although I haven't been always great at predicting the legislature and what they'll do, I have to think that with a valid and sound argument, that is a fairly easy statute to be amended that would say, as long as it's going for jail purposes, there's nothing any longer that should suggest it has to go to the sheriff, particularly if you're not using the sheriff's location. I don't know, but it's certainly something that would be worth exploring. There are opportunities to share in some surcharges as it relates to cash bonds that we're not doing today. People get incarcerated today, and if they can find somebody to come in the front door with a wad of cash or credit card or bonding company, they can get out of jail. We're exploring and way down the path of more of a technology solution for that would allow anybody who ends up in jail to be able to use either a tablet or a smartphone device and a credit card in their pocket to pay their own cash bond to process their way out. Or for that matter, somebody in Michigan could post somebody's bond and get them out on a cash bond. And there's some fees, significant fees actually, that users can pay of that system to help offset the cost of operating a jail. So there's diverse revenue streams. So I want you to know that there's probably some upfront capitalization and subsidy that we are, as a city, would have to do to get up and running. But then that number is going to come down as we identify and bring on revenue streams and they actually start to make money. No different really than opening up a business. I mean, it takes very few businesses, if any, are profitable on the first day, but many work to get there over time. And it's how quick can you get there. So I've talked about those two. So yeah, I'll just conclude that little segment of my comments by just saying, since we've started this project of even studying it, the focus has been run it like an enterprise, run it like a business, and don't have this thing touch and attack the general fund to the extent that we can get there. So we're in this pickle, but I'll transition now to say that so is everybody else in the area. So there's people that are watching probably this presentation or will follow up with me later who says how to go. Because we have something that nobody else in North Fulton has, and that's a location. There's not any, there's no other jails in North Fulton County anymore. The closest one is Smyrna. I can tell you that I did check with the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office and said, if we needed a location and we didn't have one, rather than going to Rice Street, could we come to Forsyth County? The problem with Forsyth County is that we simply don't have enough inmates. And to talk with Sheriff Freeman and his staff, they've said, you'd have to guarantee a certain number minimum for me to justify opening up a new space in the jail because I can't lose money to Fulton County if I'm the Forsyth County Sheriff. And I said, Sheriff, I've never been elected, but even I get that in politics, that you can't lose money on another county and then expect the people of Forsyth County to reelect you. So I even toyed with the idea of saying, so Sheriff, you have trained people, what would be the opportunity that in the short term you to, do an IGA with us and help us stand up our jail just until we could get our sea legs underneath us. And he candidly said, I just don't feel comfortable sending my deputies into Fulton County for fear they would have to use force and for fear the district attorney would go after them. So he just wasn't interested in even really assuming that risk. That says a lot, and I won't say any more about it other than it says a lot. So we don't really have an option to the north. The option to the south is as far as the Rice Street Jail. So really, this is kind of a discussion of are we back in the business, or I really don't have a good plan B to offer you. Carrying that further, I can tell you that the other cities have extreme interest in our decision in this. And if we, in fact, get into the jail business, I believe that they will want to be our customer. Because, again, they too have no other options. If we were to do that, we would likely charge a per day fee for each inmate. I would not recommend we be in this business that we were in with the sheriff, which says the first 4 hours are free. As far as I'm concerned, if your foot enters the jail, you're an inmate, even if that's for 2 minutes. It could be 2 minutes, it could be for 23 hours and 2 minutes, and that still is considered a day. I think that we have the ability to charge a higher per day fee than what the only small bit of comparison we have in the city of Smyrna because of the experience that we would offer and the fact that there's just really not any other options. We've built our budget, I'll tell you, we built our budget with the notion, and it's scalable up and down, but we've built it at $95 per day per inmate. That's about $25 per day per inmate more than anything else that's around us, and would be at the high end of the going rate of daily inmate housing, but still within the range that it would be not extraordinary. We also looked at the opportunity of privatizing the jail, just bringing in a company to run it. The problem is we're not big enough, and the three main players that operate jails just said, even if we operated at 72 beds, that's not big enough for us to get into that business. So we've struck out in the private sector, we've struck out to the north, the option to the south is really kind of a neutral option, and so we get back here to the to our local facility. I want to highlight that I talk about the other cities and that we're mindful too that we talk about the Alpharetta bubble, but criminals don't know the bubble, and just because we have boundaries and city limits, I mean, Forsyth County doesn't even know that they shouldn't use our name, but we have we have this bubble, but bad guys don't know the boundaries, and so as we have this discussion, I think we would be, and you could tell me, I think that we've modeled it at this point as though we would continue to be good neighbors with our neighbors, recognizing, and I'll put it out there, and I'll own it, that we could say, let's just open the jail for us. I mean, that is an option, where we could say, we need it, we have it, and it just makes sense that we just get it open on a small scale. I follow that up by saying I think we would, as a regional partner, have squandered a resource because there's nowhere else to go. If there were 4 other jails, 2 other jails, 3 other jails, if there was choice, then I may not articulate it that way, but I think we have an opportunity there. So I've had the continued discussion with the sheriff on a couple of different topics, so I don't want to throw this out there. on really two topics. The topic of housing inmates has been one topic. The topic of transporting our inmates to Rice Street has been another topic. I don't have anything official in the form of an IGA, but indication has been that if you need us to send a bus up there every morning at 6 o'clock before traffic kicks in to pick up prisoners after we take prisoners to court, we want to continue to service North Fulton County. We just can't do it in the form of running your jail anymore. We would entertain a discussion, a very open one and a very willing one to say, if you need us to, if you want to forever and ever, amen, eliminate your drives to Rice Street, and that's what causes you to open it, and be attractive to the other cities, we've got to run up there once a day or once every other day. We're just trying to hit a number of hours before somebody has a first appearance hearing. That sounds like a discussion that he's willing to have, and in fact had it with a high-level member of his leadership team just a half hour before coming into this meeting, who wanted to remind me that that was still on the table as we had this discussion. Wrapping up, and then happy to take questions or offer up any of our talented staff members who've put into this research and presentation as to where we are. Where do I think we really are? I think with some capitalization and opening at day one, I do believe that of that $3.3 to $3.6 million expense line, that the revenues will run in the red by about $800,000 to $1 million. I think that is recoverable over a shorter period of time than I would have expected. A lot of it contingent on whether or not we would be able to get that law changed that would allow for that revenue stream to be built into the court system. That contemplates some of the variables that I've described and some of the assumptions that we made to just get to something. I mean, we could assume that the sheriff gave us 30 bodies. Well, then the revenue number changes against the expense number, and obviously they get closer together. But I don't want to get too out of whack that we start to go with assumptions that likely aren't possible. So the sheriff departs on September the 1st. We know that. We will put in a process by which we've already started to do it with our court, so that about 2 weeks before that, the judges are mindful of the fact that whatever bodies are in there that are ours on local charges on September the 1st, we have to figure out what to do with, because they won't be eligible to be just put on a bus and taken to Rice Street. So probably the strategy of who ends up there or what types of people we allow to serve time, et cetera, would be drastically reduced on purpose, so that the jail, hopefully, on September the 1st doesn't have any surplus people to deal with, and then we'll have to figure out what happens there. The good news is we have open-minded judges. So does Milton, we're 2 of the 4 users of the facility now. So we'll obviously need to figure that one out as we get closer to September 1st. I believe that the repairs, renovation, and lead time, if we choose to get into the business, could take us 60 days or less. I honestly believe less, but I want to be a little bit conservative, because we're really to that point that we could start executing now, based upon the amount of work that we've done. So I think it would be reasonable to think that we could have a jail reopened by November 1st of this year. If after the discussion today, you all decide to give us the direction, okay, I'm comfortable enough that I'm not ready to put the brakes on it yet, and want you to continue to pursue this, the next steps forward will be to allocate some money to it so we can make some actual decisions as opposed to just making a bunch of conditional things. We would have to start making some actionable decisions with some staff to run it, because just because we want it up fast doesn't mean we can be any less diligent in our background screening process or any less diligent in our talent screening. So we would be far from giving anybody a firm offer, but we would need to be able to start making some contingent offers so we could get that background process started. I've talked, I ended my notes here by saying I wanted to talk with you all about what Plan B was, and I don't really have one, and that's just being honest. Our Plan B is to take what we could take to Rice Street, figure out and probably go more into the COVID model of how we dealt with it during COVID without a local jail, where we would do some fingerprinting on the side of the road and some fingerprinting at the headquarters building. Our probation program would be limited at best, and you all could, we could either further a discussion with the city of Smyrna if we wanted to have that. I know the chief there well, and so does our team, and candidly, he has space. So if we wanted to go down and having something as a Plan B that's not just the Fulton County Jail, that's the closest thing we have to a Plan B at this point if we choose not to reopen ours. So with that, I'll conclude my comments and just say that's the work we've been doing over the last 45 days or so, we're now to the point that I'm comfortable talking about it publicly, because I do need your feedback, direction, and happy to answer questions, happy to make available the team that's done this work to answer any questions as well.
Councilman Hypes.
Thank you, Mr. Lagerblum. Here's what I would like to see, either informally or formally. I'd like to know what our funding sources are. We've got certain budget constraints, and even though it can be an ROI down the road, where's the money coming from? And tying into an earlier agenda item, are there grant opportunities at any level to, for, jails or anything of that nature? I don't know if our Whit O'Brien folks could locate anything that's specific, but so anyway, on the money side, I'm interested in that, and then on the opposite side, I'm interested in staffing numbers and dollars in terms of cost, and whether or not any specialized training is required at all. If not, then that wouldn't be a cost. If so, then kind of interested in what that may entail. And then lastly, just support of the facility, and just a quick overview. I see, maintenance of the facility, housekeeping, laundry, potential clothing, linens, and then whether or not, health and or psychological screening or availability. If we're responsible for any of that, and if there's any required minimums for us, as long as we're, being mindful to address all those things, what does that all look like? And, the absence of a plan B indicates plan A is a good plan. But I'd like to go into it eyes wide open, and if it turns out that the expense side is somewhat higher than maybe I'm anticipating, at least to get it started up, to look at creative ways, mid-year budget, et cetera, to address the funding side of it.
So I'll certainly, I can follow up on all of these more formally, but just some informal answers to let you know what we're thinking at this point is, from a staffing perspective, it staffs with that quantity of inmates and the inmate to detention jail officer ratio, it would be fully staffed at 23 full-time equivalent employees. I can tell you that model staffing dollars have been built into the budget that we've built, and I'm happy to share the spreadsheet budget that we've built. As far as medical expenses, et cetera. So let me go back to your things in order. So funding sources that we've talked about at this point that would get us off the ground is obviously we have a stingy finance director, but that's okay. He keeps me in line. But if we were to look at it today, we would go to make a recommendation from that unallocated capital number. You know, we are all carrying that. We carry some dollars in the capital budget that just haven't been assigned to a project that would not necessarily hit the general fund and cause the general fund to get out of whack, but could get us up and running. There's some other revenue streams too. I will pursue the grant opportunity there. The thing that's different about this than maybe most jail grants is that we've been forced into a process by which we have to open one from scratch. So there might be some jail funding out there. The staffing, I mentioned the number. The good news is there is training that's required. There is training that the state requires to be minimally certified to be a jailer. That's the training, actually, what it's termed. There's jailer training, there's corrections officer training in the state of Georgia, and there's peace officer training in the state of Georgia. Everybody would be at least minimally trained as a jail officer. The good news is we have great relationship with the State Training Academy. And JIPSTIC is what we like to call it, that partners up with what we call our crabapple training facility, which we call CrabStick, they're willing to come from the state, from Forsyth, Georgia, at the state's training academy and teach the jail school here in our jail, one time to everybody we might hire. So we would not have to send those resources anywhere to be trained outside of Alpharetta, and that training comes at no cost to the city. So that's a state-funded training class. The other things that you mentioned, like medical and linens, those are all line items that we've built into the budget. You know, we've taken a stab at a medical component to this jail, which is highly used in other local jails, and that's to have a part-time nurse that does like pill calls and is available by phone for telemed type events, et cetera. There certainly is no requirement to have somebody in scrubs sitting on the inside of the door as the first line of defense as to whether or not somebody comes in or not. So those are informal answers to your questions, but I'll be happy to get more formal answers to you.
Councilman Mitchell?
Thank you. I want to keep it brief because it's 3 o'clock and I don't think our staff has had lunch yet. And so, but I would like to proceed forward with this. I think it's a good plan. I think you've thought a lot about it. I agree with Councilman Hypes. We need to talk about how we're going to fund it long-term. And I like the fact that you're coming up with a profit model. I also like the idea, I don't think Smyrna is a solution because then we tie up our police officers for 30 to 45-minute drive just getting over there and then all the processing and all that. So I don't really see that as being, and the other is to share our property with the other cities around us, which makes no sense to me since we own the jail. They should be paying us to house their minor offenses. And so I like having a facility here where we don't have to send our kids and other people who have created or who have done minor offenses down to Rice Street. It exposes them to a lot of things that otherwise they wouldn't have been exposed to. So in that regard, I would like to pursue this and proceed with cost analysis. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I've shared this previously, that I'm definitely in favor of researching this thing right down to the end, because I don't think what people grasp, I know a lot of us, including myself, up until today, is what the other options are, that they are thin. And it's funny you said that because I was just showing Councilman Dorito, I wrote down early on the COVID model. You know, what did that do? What do we know, Chief, from those months or how far that went, that people, you know, literally got DUI and had their wife come pick them up or vice versa. And everybody's getting released on paper. It's probably not long enough to determine if it helps recidivism or not, but, you know, do we need to be locking all these younger people up with the minor offenses? So I think you gauge that in your research as well. What are they getting locked up for? And add that to your cost analysis, and I'd love to continue to have the conversation and pursue it for sure.
Councilman Brady?
Just to resonate in that a little bit more, I think actually the subject's more about what kind of community we are, you know, and it's easy to kind of brush off, well, you know, whoever goes there, you know, it's circumstantial, right? But at the end of the day, if you're a parent and your kids go there, that's a whole different subject, right? Just anything can happen to anyone, which kind of goes back to what's our identity, what kind of community we are. And I think looking at this, considering the options, the availability is kind of fading away, is do we stand up and be that community? And do we kind of put something like this into force? I think it's looking at all the kind of different options. It's almost like, is this an Alpharetta jail or is this a North Fulton? Because you look at it more regionally at this point from a logistics and a proximity, you start looking at the geographical footprint of where we are in Atlanta and the population and the growth. We are lucky to actually have this kind of position. I know we spent a lot of time going through the financials and kind of what that would be, and it's natural for any kind of enterprise or business or something to start up. You're going to run red for 18 months to 24. That's pretty standard across the board. But what can we do then to kind of build more of this? You know, how do we attract more and kind of keep that? I know it's based upon how many people, you know, heads in beds at the end of the day, you know, who's going to be there, and all those things do move and forecast. I think you're doing a great job of kind of putting this together. There's a lot of effort to do this, but I think it just also is a reflection of what kind of community we are, that we're even debating this and putting it up, because it's going to go beyond the Alpharetta border. So I think it's great that you're going through this process, and commend you for all your hard work.
Councilman Dorito?
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, thank you to you and your staff, everybody involved. I know a lot of people's been involved for the last 45 days on this, and obviously a lot of work's gone into it, and really appreciative of that. Kind of in line with everyone else's comments here. This is something that I support greatly. I think that, you know, this is an Alpharetta jail, has always been an Alpharetta jail, even though Fulton County took it over for a period of time. a couple of times, I guess. I remember even before I was on council back in 2001, the jail was an issue as far as I think it was like a $600,000 additional cost operationally for the city or something. Became a big political issue with one councilman at the time, and but I think the majority of the council at the time was very supportive of the jail operations because it was similar to what Councilman Brady just alluded to. You know, what kind of city do we want to be? I mean, we have a lot of you know, misdemeanor crimes, I guess I can call it that, or alleged crimes, and you know, if we operate this facility the way Alpharetta does things, you know, we shouldn't have to house everyone that's arrested, but create a process that is swift justice, or allow anyone that needs to go through our jail for processing, that they're not, you know, taking up a bed for 2 or 3 days because we just don't have the resources or the system in place with our judges to be able to basically give them the proper hearing and get them released as soon as possible, and get into the adjudication system, the judicial system of the city. I think we would operate the jail much more efficiently. And I know your cost estimates are probably based upon what we've experienced Fulton County's handling right now. But I really think the biggest thing that everyone's kind of touched on here, and particularly Chris highlighted, is if we don't do this, what's the downside? And I think the downside is, as Mayor Pro Tem alluded to, is, you know, kind of during the COVID period, you know, we had no choice but to release folks quickly onto the streets without going through proper processing, and it was just a very bad period. Going down the Rice Street was even worse. In just a, you know, pre-COVID or even today, if we didn't have this jail, just think about the amount of hours that our police officers have taken in the past and would take in the future if we don't continue to operate this facility, of the costs associated with that would be lost to having our patrol officers here on the streets, you know, 24/7. So I think the costs, even if we run a little bit at the red on the front end, until we monetize the operations of the jail by getting other cities involved and participating in the cost structure of the operation of the jail, is definitely worth the investment, because I do think it pays back in terms of maybe not pure dollars, but pure operational efficiencies for our police department here in the city. And I think you've done a tremendous job in looking at all aspects of the opportunities, or I guess the options on the table, and obviously there's not many, and I think it's all leading toward, you know, Alpharetta taking over this jail and running it as efficiently as possible, as we have done in the past. So I applaud you and your staff for a job well done.
So, Chris, I've got 2 thoughts coming out of this. First of all, once again, congratulations to you and your team. I know it's taken a lot of time and energy to get to this point and give us some clarity to help us make a decision based on something more than just whimsy. So I feel confident that y'all have explored all the opportunities and you've given us a pretty fair assessment of what we'd be facing. After all these discussion points, there's a couple of things. One, you know, Roswell and Alpharetta were the only cities that existed here for more than a century. And so we had city jails as communities because we were the only incorporated cities this far north in Fulton County. And so I know Roswell no longer has a functioning jail, and we do. So I think it's imperative for us, the city of Alpharetta, to serve our city and our residents with a city jail. We have the facility. So I think that's it. The standard of service, I think, is incumbent upon us to provide this service rather than get by with, you know, less than ideal circumstances. That being the first thing that I'm concerned about. The second is, I'm curious to find out, and you may already have this, but if not, what I would like when we're asked to make a decision, a final decision, and vote on it, is I see two different models you presented. One is the financial model of a regional jail, opening it up to help serve our fellow communities, which I'm hopeful that we will be able to do eventually. But given the numbers that you presented, when you come to us, I'd like to know what the numbers of just running the city jail in that facility, and to see what the difference in revenues and the costs are. Because as much as I love our fellow neighbors and our community, if there's an extra $800,000 cost to maintaining a regional jail that we would have to subsidize, whether it's 1 year or 2 years or whatever it would be, I think that's a different discussion we'll have to have at that point. So if y'all can bring us those two things, I think that would help me at least have clarity.
We could absolutely do that, and candidly, I think a lot of the things are the same, no matter which model you would work it in. I think that you would just work with a different maximum inmate amount, so I think that the reduction in the cost is going to come down in the number of people it takes to keep the jail open. So we'll put together side-by-side budgets when we come forward, seeking the next discussion or the next action. And of course, I'll brief you before we do that, so you'll know what that answer is.
Absolutely, that'd be great. I think that's what we need to make a decision. So thank you once again. Anything else, gentlemen? All right, well, that'll wrap up that portion. The next topic under work session is the downtown street lighting and camera replacement. Mr. Lagerblum.
I promise this one's a whole lot quicker, and you all wonder what this thing is sitting in the middle of the room. It looks like I'm not sure what it looks like. I want to start by saying, I'll talk just briefly on technology, but really why I scheduled this for a work session was just to talk about the aesthetics of this particular feature. And I hope you all recognize that it is sitting upside down, because we had somebody last night say, how in the world would that not be anything but a beacon to the sky? And I said, well, you do realize it's upside down, right? It's just not on a pole. And then we got a whole lot more clarity as to what was going on. So we get to this point as a result of there being some downtown events, and the mayor and I having conversations about what the downtown looks like from a brightness perspective. And if we had a little bit more brightness in places, would we have a feeling of safety? Would we be more safe? And so we embarked upon what's it look like to brighten up the downtown project. And along the way, you explore stuff, and then you look at what others are doing. And then I always like to look and see what's being incubated and what's being in some of the creativity labs across the region and across the state that do smart city type stuff, because smart city, that's a buzzword, but it is a real thing actually. And smart city technology comes in all sorts of different ways. It comes in, traffic signals talking to cars. It comes in, technically timed crosswalks. It also comes in the form of brightening up downtowns and lighting. And we explored and found a company that was being incubated over in the Creativity Lab over in Peachtree Corners, and was being incubated and had been deployed a long time ago. The technology exists, been deployed a long time ago in the supermarket industry for restocking of shelves. And I know we're not trying to restock shelves in the downtown, but some of the technology was able to actually visually look at shelves and decide what to reorder versus what not to. But incubating a concept of a streetlight head that also is basically an all-in-one solution. So we can look at this after the meeting adjourns. We'll come down and I'll flip it over, and you all can give me feedback then too, but I'll ask for it now as well. But as we replace our camera system in our downtown, we have cameras out there now. As we replace our cameras, as we replace our streetlights, I wondered if there was a solution where we could declutter the poles. And by decluttering the poles, I said, now we have a street headlight, we have cameras, we have GDOT stuff dangling on the poles. If you go out there, now you'll look at the poles completely different when you cross at Smoke Jack. But those poles are covered with stuff. And I found a company that has come to market and is being utilized in the market. It's not unknown to find things that come from Israel and Tel Aviv to be much ahead of us in their technology and implementation. So I found a company that has partnered with Comcast. It's an Israeli-based startup. It's not really a startup. It's really functioning in Israel and now in some Georgia cities. But the context is a single head a single head that would replace the streetlight head that's out there that has both lights and cameras and other sorts of technology we can get into on a later date if you all tell me that you want to hear more. The town green, for example, there's some AI stuff that we could put in a light pole like this that would tell us exactly what the number of people were on the town green at any given time. So if you ever wanted to know how many people are at that event or how many people showed up for, are the downtown concerts worth it? Well, I don't know. They seem like it because there's people out there. But if I really had the data, then I could tell you, pretty empirically that yes, that people are enjoying this, or no, they're not. And then the next part of the equation comes is saying that a technology like this is really of comparable cost to just being a camera replacement. Like, we have to replace from time to time cameras as they go bad, and this type of technology we can buy at what essentially amounts to being an identical cost. They're not penny for penny, but we're not talking about one being $5,000, one being $10,000 per. So at a future meeting, I will be coming to you with, if you tell me that the aesthetic is okay, I will be coming forward with a plan to do a test out here on Main Street. We have 13 streetlights on each side of the street, right here from Milton Avenue south. We have 13 on the east side of Highway 9 and 13 on the west for 26 fixtures. That would not mean that they all need cameras in them, but I would think that you all would be from the perspective that you would want them all to look the same. And so we could not only accomplish the brightening of the corridor, but we could also accomplish swapping out and replacing some of our other technologies so that we become a one-stop shop. So what I'm looking for today is not necessarily a big narrative on that, but more just on, I know we're very particular, and we should be, about what our downtown looks like. This is the closest picture they have to what works out there, what matches out there now. I will say that the LEDs in these lights, much like any LED now, can be changed to any color you want to change it to. So we would not be in this place of saying, well, let's warm it up a little bit. Let's cool it down a little bit. Let's make it a little bit more red. Let's make it a little bit more green. We wouldn't have to change the fixture. We basically just change the setting of the LEDs. Not a whole lot different than your Christmas tree. If you have one of those that you can change the lights on and freak the dog out because it's now swirling. But so I'm going to stop there because when we get into the technology, I'll have them come talk about the technology. I asked them yesterday to drop one off so that I could flip it upside down, and you all could tell me, Chris, I can't even think that why you would consider putting that on a pole in the downtown, or I think because of the fact that we might be able to clean stuff up, I'm willing to entertain it and look at this type of technology. They've got them installed now over in Peachtree Corners in their city center. So if you happen to be out and about over on east side of town, you could see them in action today, and they look quite nice. So that's why this is published today, and they'll come get it tomorrow, but I just wanted to get your feedback if anybody looks at it and goes, no way, Chris. But that's really the presentation on this topic for today.
Any comments, gentlemen?
First,
Councilman Mitchell.
That is the ugliest streetlight I have ever seen in my life. I don't know. We've spent so much time on making sure our downtown architecture looks historic and everything, and I like the features that you're talking about, but if that's the only one they've got, it's a hell no from me. But it's just so modern. It looks like the Jetsons. It would stand out like, even if you hung it up in here on a 24-foot ceiling and you turned it upside down, it would still be obtrusive and really big and large, and I don't know. I'm sorry. I just can't. Yeah, I see it in Peachtree Corners, and it's still I'm sorry, I can't.
I had a feeling you would say that, which is why I brought one here before I.
Thank you.
Before I crashed and burned on bringing something else.
So, to follow that up, the reasons we're looking at these is because what we have in downtown is insufficient. We've had dangerous incidents at the crossroads of Academy Street and Highway 9, and we have found that the cameras there are not adequate. They're dark. They're not functioning the way that new technologies are, and we need to create a safer environment in our downtown. So we began looking for options. This provides exceptional service to provide better public safety. So if you're asking me to choose between this and something that doesn't provide the adequate public safety, I'm taking that. But that's why we'll have this discussion. If we can make it prettier, so be it. But I'm more concerned about having the public safety functions downtown where we need it most than I am to how pretty they look and what kind of lipstick's on that pig.
Understood.
Any other comments?
Thank you.
That being said,
Yes, Mayor.
do you have as much clarity as you're going to get for? Oh, I'm sorry. You sure?
No, I was going to agree.
Councilman Dorito.
I was going to agree with the mayor because part of me, I mean, it was Councilman Mitchell that put those beautiful concrete flower pots around the city when Diana Wheeler was here, right? Those are the most ugliest things I've ever seen in my life. They should be in a graveyard, but anyway, putting that aside. No, I do like the safety component of this, both the brighter lights. The ability to change the lights, I think, is a unique option, too, for, who knows, holiday season. I do think looking at it sitting there does not give it the best presentation. I think when it's on a street pole in the city center, it's going to look a lot much nicer than it looks sitting in front of us here in the council chambers. But no, I like the effort. I like the reason the mayor pointed out. I think it's important that we enhance the safety in the city center anytime we can, and this certainly would help contribute to that.
Councilman Mitchell.
All right, in response to not what you just said, I'll get you back for that one. In response to what Jimmy said, it does, I understand the public safety aspect of it. My preference would be, if we have to use them, that it would be at the intersections only and the others remain more traditional, instead of lighting the whole corridor. You know, or in areas where there is the potential for larger gatherings and stuff like that. But I can't see buying 13 of them on both sides of the street. I get the corner where we need cameras and stuff like that. I also get enhancing the lighting on intersections, because at times you can't see at night, even with the headlights, you can't see a person crossing the crosswalk. So I get that, I really do. And if it will help with the lighting and all that, I could go for a limited use of it, to go with our beautiful pots in downtown. Thank you.
No, that's good, because this is good feedback to have, because I needed to get this feedback, because now I'll go back to them and say, okay, you know, this was the good feedback, this was the feedback I had a little bit of issues with, and we may, create design change for something that more closely models to Alpharetta's look. So nothing's off the table, and that's the nice thing about working with a group of brilliant creatives is they take barriers or comments like that and figure out how to go for the correct light and the correct technology and give you what you want to see. So let me just take that back and see how they react to it. But I appreciate the
I'd
feedback.
also like to elaborate, much like I was talking about with the Flock drones. I had the opportunity to go there and look at this technology, and it's not just the physical light itself, but it's the software and the technology in this thing that's freaking amazing. I mean, they have recognition software and the cameras in this thing. Like when we had incidents in the past downtown, our cameras were almost useless. It was too dark. The clarity where the cameras just weren't of the clarity that we needed to pick up a license plate when we desperately needed one or something like that. These things are so freaking amazing. And you're certainly welcome to go over there. I'm sure they'd love to tell you about it and show it to you. If a person gets out of their car with a gun in their hand, it recognizes the weapon and notifies you. I mean, it's not just the light. The light helps because that helps the cameras and everything else and provide more safety, but those things are pretty amazing. So, and the cost is negligible compared to what I was expecting it to. So if you can see if they can put a little different lipstick on it and see how we might be able to do both.
Yep, I think that's the good middle ground. And I've got a good working relationship with them. They'll be open to the feedback, and we will figure it out. And I'll be back with presentation 2, and then we'll see where you want to go.
I think Councilman Heights.
No, I was just going to add, since we have these city iPads here, Peachtree City is apparently very proud of these lights, and there's many, many civic articles written about how they jumped into that program. And even Councilman Mitchell noted that they look better on the pole than they do sitting here in the room. So.
It was a gamble. When it came in the door yesterday, I was like, I don't know. And then one of our different meeting last night, somebody said that, how's that going to not provide a beacon to the sky? And I was like, oh gosh, maybe this was a bad idea. But I'll take the feedback back. I do think the technology is definitely worth short-term exploring. Like, I mean, this is something we've, the mayor and I've been talking about brightening up the downtown for some time now. I just needed to wait till I got to the new fiscal year. But if this solution can accomplish what we hope for, great. If it can't, I need to be bringing something else back to you sooner than later so that we can still accomplish what the goal is.
If there's no other comments, thank you very much, Mr. Lagerberg.
Thank you.
So based on my outline here, we have completed the executive work session. So we're now open for public comment, if there's anyone who would like to make a public comment. Seeing no one come forward, we'll close public comment. Do we have any reports? Councilman Dorito.
Just an apology to Councilman Mitchell because he does have some tremendous design capabilities, just not with flower pots on street corners.
Let's hurry up and wrap this up before it gets any worse. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, motion to adjourn, please.
Motion by Councilman Mitchell, second by Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor of adjourning this meeting, please vote yes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are adjourned.